I declare open this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Larrakia people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person. Committees attending in this room: it's myself, Marion Scringer, as the Chair, the Honourable Melissa Price as Deputy Chair, Senator Olman Payne, Mr Gosling and Senator McDonald. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such action may be treated as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground in which claim. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. I now welcome Mr Matthew Ryan, Chairperson from the Northern Land Council. Chair, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Matthew Ryan, Northern Land Council Chairperson.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. Look, Aboriginal economic development in the Northern Land Council region, contemporary evidence and policy directions. Purpose: provide the key points are the Aboriginal community's experience and contemporary research shows the Aboriginal-led and land-based, culturally grounded development models are the most effective in the remote communities in the Northern Territory regions. The hybrid economic, which incorporates the customary market and state sector, remains the most accurate description of economic life in the remote Aboriginal communities. Land and sea, culturally economics, an emerging industry. This industry includes carbon, renewable agriculture, digital. They are the strongest growth pathways. The policy settings that prioritise local governance, institutional capability, and equity participation, deliver the most durable and long-term outcomes. The compliance's heavy programs such as CDP continues to suppress participation and requires structural reform. The background, the NLC region covers more than 200,000 kilometres of Aboriginal land and square kilometres, probably more, land and sea across the Arnhem Land, Catherine, via Victoria River District, the Roper Gulf District, researched by numerous respected people. Remote communities, jurisdiction succeeds when it is Aboriginal-led. Sorry, I'll skip that. Land and sea management as the core economic sector. Aboriginal land and sea management delivers stable employment, environmental outcomes aligned with national climate goals, strengthening cultural authority, scalable economic opportunity, carbon, biodiversity credit, biosecurity, cultural monitoring programs. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Mr Ryan, I'll now invite members of the committee if there's any questions. Senator Price. Melissa, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Matthew, and thanks very much for joining us here today, Mr. Ryan. This inquiry is all about preparing for emerging industries, and from what I understand and what you've just spoken about, there's poor road conditions, and I know that in your submission that there's talk of different sort of land tenure models. What's not happening? What sort of projects are you aware of, or people within the Land Council family that's not happening because of poor connectivity? I mean, are there projects people are talking to you about? We would like to do this project, that project, whether it's, I don't know, a new resort, whatever, you name it. But what's not happening because just the basic infrastructure is not in place?
Thank you, Chair. Look, when I first became the Chair, one of the fundamental points that I've raised with the gas company, Tambourine, and APA also, that's happening in the Borough-Barkly region. One of the things I've said, look, there needs to be some sort of agreement, but proper agreement. There needs to be ownership in terms of whatever is established, either it's the pipeline or the gas. There needs to be the proper negotiation from NLC point of view towards the traditional owners and the gas company or industry. And in talks at the moment, I've been really, really firm in terms of we want to see outcome and opportunity. We want to see accommodation built in the region. Because the region for Barkly, for instance, it's going to blossom. It's going to go big. And we want to see outcome, better outcome for our people. At the moment, I don't see this collective or decision-making in terms of collaboration right across the region, either into NTG, the industry, gas or mining companies. We should be all working together so that traditional owners prosper from the potential, what's happening in our region. At the moment, for too long, and I must stress, for too long, even the current, from back then, no one hasn't had the opportunity to work with the traditional owners. I see this silo working group right across, even coming from the funding bodies. And I must stress again, the funding bodies are just in silos, rather than work with the traditional owners and the Land Council, mind you, also. I see there's a greater need for, collaboration here. And I haven't seen one, ownership of the area in terms of, potential, purchase of, land or something, or cattle. We need to do better. You got the funding bodies like ILC, IBA, Aboriginal Investment NT, need to work in collaboration. At the moment, it frustrates me as the chair. And, when I speak to the traditional owners, they say, there was one recent at Barunga saying, hey, how can I be part of the industry? How can I co-own the mining company? See, that talk needs to be at a higher level.
Yeah.
And I don't see that happening very soon. And I'm pushing as the chair, trust me. And I've been very consistent with my advocacy in terms of what TOs should be owning rather than just the royalties. I'm done with royalties. Yeah, there may be a little bit, but it's about time we own something for the long term.
Yeah. Thank you. I was really hoping that's what you were going to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. My work is done.
Thank
you.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Hi, Mr. Ryan. Thanks for taking the time out to come before the committee today. And thanks for the comprehensive submission that you gave to the committee. Reading through it, it seems to me that many of the things that you touch on are the precursors to emerging industries. So things like food security, housing security, education, that those things have to happen first before we can even consider emerging industries. So I'm interested in your view around that. And I guess my second question is, when I read through the terms of reference of this inquiry, they presuppose that there are a range of industries that are going to happen, particularly in the Territory, but it doesn't look to me like there's actual co-design between traditional owners and First Nations people as to actually what industries you do want here. So I guess I'm interested to know, first of all, the underlying piece about what needs to happen around food and housing security before industry can even thrive, and secondly, what types of industries actually do First Nations people want here in the Territory, as opposed to what a committee comes in and says, these are the ones we're looking at.
Yeah, again, look, part of our recommendation is to partner or co-design with the regional economic development and strategy aligned with the traditional owner strategies. Establish a multi-Indigenous economic development fund focused on governance, capability, enterprise right across. And it's about the, as far as I'm concerned, that never been established for a long time. And with the food security, Marion knows, Chair knows this, my apology. You got to get the health, education, housing right. We got to get the infrastructure right also. The road, like we've said earlier, it's appalling. It's needs for upgrade, needs better funding, and direct funding. Even with the barge, again, it's appalling asset that we have. Airstrips, where I've seen, if we get them right, we will have that flow-on effect in terms of food security. But we have to get the housing right and the health. So I'm not sure if anyone's seen the article of the day in regards to my people dying in rapids, numbers. It's concerning me. We're not sure why. We want to be able to find out why. So, either it's overcrowded, we're not sure. Whether it's lack of food, we don't know. And, we need to work in collaboration. We need to be partnering with the community, like the local shire and the Northern Territory government. Northern Territory government need to work better with our communities. At the moment, it's my way or the highway attitude, the way I see it. It's concerning me as one of the leaders from the community. But, we want to be part of the core design, decision-making, empowering the community. We haven't seen that yet. A lot of talk, but no action. It's concerning me as a First Nation person. I grew up in a poverty. I grew up in a homeland. I've seen the livelihood of, what we can prosper from is by working together,
Does the Land Council have a view on the types of industries that you would prefer to see in the NT that provide long-term security, sustainability?
Oh, yeah. Look, as the Chair, thank you, Chair. Look, we want to see any industry that should be potential for Indigenous people to, be co-ownership or have some sort of agreement owning 2% or whatever. I think it's about time that we get serious about economic development. I've seen Aboriginal economic development forums in Darwin, but no one has profited, or no one has taken the opportunity. And no one hasn't come to my communities. And I must say, no one hasn't attended my community to talk to my people. All based in Darwin or Canberra, but no one hasn't reached out to my people. Oh, what's the opportunity for you as traditional owners? I haven't seen that. And it's drip-fed, where it should be, if there's an idea, work with the traditional owners. And as the Chair, I've been pushing that since I'm re-elected again. I've been very firm towards my staff and the CEO, and I'm looking into probably getting economists to have a look at what's around us, what TOs could potentially be, have interest in. At the moment, for too long, I think we've been below the waistline in terms of, how can we get there as a whole, But as the Chair, I can guarantee you I've been pushing from day one.
Can I ask one more question, Chair, and then I'll pass on the call? We got a submission from the NT Local Government Association, and one of the things that they said in their submission is that a large number of councils, as in local government councils in the NT, are either majority or all First Nations councillors, and yet they are very often sidelined in any decision making as well, and they're just left with having to deal with the infrastructure stuff that they have to maintain as a result of other people's decisions. Does the Land Council have a view on how local government councils also need to work in this I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for, but yeah, how they need to be involved as well or not?
Again, I think, the Shire Council are the key in the community. They're the eyes and the ears of the local, the Northern Territory government. I was a former mayor back then.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the need to have local government within the community, doing the road rates and rubbish, but they need to be better funded also. And I know we've struggled for many years. I'm sorry, I'm speaking as a former mayor. There was a lack of funding opportunity for the Shire councils, even with the infrastructure within the community. Just to fix up the pothole from this small it grew, to a metre wide, or vice versa. Look, I think the Shire council, I know they should be part of economic development opportunities, supporting the traditional owners within the communities. Because there's so much traditional owners from different parts of community. There's about 30 to 40 different languages spoken in the community. At least if they have the capacity to support economic development opportunity, they should have a greater role in that area also.
Thank you. I'll pass on the call, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Mr Ryan. Thank you for your terrific submission. We have a shared interest in barge landings and wet season infrastructure, so I was really excited to see your submission. You also touched on people thinking in silos, which I think is one of the biggest detriments to Northern Australia. So I'm in furious agreement with you. One of the things with barge landings that I've seen is restrictions on EPBC, the environmental legislation to allow for, safe barge landings to be improved or positioned or dredged or whatever. I don't expect you to have a lot of detail on this because I'm just, raising it midway, in our conversation. But I wondered if that would be something that would also be useful as you're negotiating for greater ownership and greater coordination of the barge, that it's not, some of the barge operators tell me that they find it really problematic because of tides and how the facilities are, that it's expensive to stop and wait for tides to change to get in safely or to come in. So that would be something that perhaps, I don't know if you'd have any more information on whether or not you've had any contact with the Environment Department on how you'd better improve that. No, that's fine. But it is something that I think if you were to move to more structured ownership or agreement over the use of the landings, that would be an important part, how they're made safer, how the access is better throughout the wet season, and to your point about having more competition with more barge operators being able to come in, I suspect that's all part of it. So perhaps that's some homework to ask you if you'd
look, through the chair, having safe barge landing, again, silos. No one's coordinating this. We need to come as a collective in terms of remote communities also. They need to be the decision maker, are the traditional owners or the stakeholders? The stakeholders are the ones going to be affected by the food security in the community. I haven't seen any collective decision making or any communication by anyone. Either it's DIPL or DIL, I think they call it these days, or something, Department of Infrastructure. They need to come to the table also. I've seen barge landing at Warai. It's, in order for the barge to deliver the food, it's kind of like a, how can you say, very windy, very narrow, very not safe. Some communities where barge landing are just unsafe due to the tidal also. I mean, there need to be more conversation, and we're quite happy to talk to the environment people and anyone for that matter. You know, we want to able to communicate towards our traditional owners at the moment. Again, silos. I don't like silos. We want to be on the same page, open and transparent.
Great. Well, that might be something that out of this inquiry that we can push, is that sort of coordinated planning around, you know, how we get safer, more further into the season, or more reliable barge landings for food security and no doubt. I mean, I assume if you have a health emergency or something else, they would air evacuate out rather than use the barges. But would people go on the barges if you just want to get out of the community over the wet season? There's
Not sure.
Yeah,
Not
no,
sure.
that might be.
Can't answer you there.
No, I'd never thought about that, so thank you. I also wanted to ask you about training for young people. I mean, I think your point about the gas industry is really well made. And I know in Queensland that they're saying for an unskilled worker, for a young person who wants to get started to be an assistant drill operator, they earn big money, and the expectations of their training level is not as high as being a more skilled operator. So I wondered if there's any training programs that the Northern Land Council does to start preparing young people to be able to take those jobs up, rather than the gas companies going and finding someone in Darwin or from another state.
Chair, I wish we could be a jack of all trades. Unfortunately, that's not our core service. Duty.
Yeah.
It'll be someone from Charles Darwin University or bachelor. But again, I must stress, they should be on ground. They should be talking to the stakeholders to scale up the young people and the school. It needs to start from the school, even at boarding or locally. The university needs to come out there, spend the money wisely so that kids can be upskilled. And I haven't seen one. Bachelor, they're going below the waistline. CDU, again, same. And I'm being very firm on this. They need to be serious about their jobs and, upskilling my people where they need to be, electrician, air condition, mechanic, whatever. I haven't seen anything.
Right. So
concerning.
the schools, that you're not seeing those training organisations come out to the schools. I wonder who they're talking to then.
We don't know, silos.
Okay, well, I think to the committee, I think that would be something I'd really like to see how, and I think later on today we've got Bachelor Institute, and to understand, if you're not coming talking to the young people in communities, then how do they ever know that that's an option that they could be aiming for or progressing towards? Or
there was through the chairs, there was a young kid at Marae, troubled kid. Once they trained him up to be, I think he's working for one organisation, and he loved that job.
Yeah.
And he's given the opportunity to do something, earn an income.
Yes.
And now he's quite happy.
Yes.
That sort of example that we should be doing right across the region.
Yeah.
Because of our communities are so disadvantaged and far off. But, yeah.
I would be very keen for us to continue talking about this, because in Townsville, where I'm from, there's a lot of kids come through Cowboy House. They come as boarding school kids. But, there are a lot of kids left in communities who don't get that opportunity, and we want to make sure that they get that same, particularly if the project's going to be on their country. It would make more sense that they get a go.
One would think.
Yeah, okay. And, Chair, is it okay if I ask you another question? Also, on this matter of silos, I am incredibly frustrated that we keep talking about Northern Territory opportunity, Northern Australia opportunity, I should say, jobs, health, roads, whatever it might be, and yet we keep coming back to, that's that department's problem, or that's somebody else's issue. And I think one of the great benefits of having a Northern Australia Select Committee like this is that we can talk across issues. And again, if there's something else that really sticks in your head about, well, here's an example of how that's not working, I think the committee would be very happy for you to write another letter or something.
Would be great.
That would provide some really specific examples of what that might look like.
That'd be awesome.
Because I think that is potentially the opportunity this committee has to make a real difference, rather than be another government committee hearing that, you know, we all agree that there's a problem, but it's very difficult to find a solution. So I'd really appreciate any specific examples that you
Probably with the, leading back towards the food security, the airline companies, it's costing individual families, lower income earners, out of pocket, especially if it's half an hour or 15 minutes away, where there should be a routine.
a regular.
RPT.
Yeah, RPT,
RPT.
yes.
If there was better competition within the sector,
Yes.
and unfortunately there isn't any, because of the bigger company overrides the little ones.
Yes.
And again, I'll go back to economic development opportunity should be given that area where, start up an airline company where place that competition. And I'll give you an example. There's an airline company just for an hour's flight. It's costing probably $800 or more, just for 1 hour flight. 30 minutes flight or something. Just appalling.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Gosling, are you finished, Senator McDonald?
I'll keep thinking if there's time.
Okay. Yeah, no, we've got plenty of time, so I can come back to you. Gosling?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just we'll jump around to a couple of different industries. Like, I know the NLC is not in the business of picking winners, kind of industry-wise, but obviously a combination of where communities are, what the natural assets are in that area would lend itself to different industries. And I think we've seen some situations of regional economic growth rather, based on different industries, like out in Nhulunbuy. We'll be going out there tomorrow to talk to stakeholders out there. It'll be interesting to speak with them about what sorts of training opportunities have been out there and what sort of skills are there resident in people now that the Rio are sort of handing over assets, and how we can use those skills that have been learned by local people and sort of use them in other industries that are coming. But I was just wondering if you had any thoughts prior to us going out there about some of those issues for East Arnhem Land, both where the opportunities might be, not just for Nhulunbuy, but more broadly in Eastern Arnhem Land. So specific questions is, you've mentioned Wat Air, but is there a barge landing site in Arnhem Land that's probably in need of sort of upgrade more than others?
Wow. I do a lot of travel, Chair.
Yeah.
I think they're all needing repairs, all of them. I can't be specific, but every single one of them need a bit of repair. Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand you don't want to sort of pick winners either. With there's so much need in different communities. It was interesting you mentioned about traditional owners getting some benefit from mining companies. There are examples of mining companies that are sort of leading the way. One that I know of is Tivan, who have got both critical mineral projects in eastern Kimberley, but also in the centre, where the TOs have received some equity in that company. So they're sort of part of the success of those mines will lead to some income from the company if it should be successful, and early indications are pretty good. Have you heard of any other companies that are giving traditional owners equity in the company?
Look, not that I can think of through the chair, but I would like to see that sort of stuff, and that's what I mean. We want to see ownership or proper agreement that it's meaningful for the long term, not just the short term. And we want to be part owners of the mining companies or the gas companies or anything for that matter. And we need to be serious about our jobs, about who we represent also. And as far as I'm concerned, never happened. And my people are still in poverty. I went to our APA meeting probably a couple of weeks back. I was pretty firm to the board, the chair, the CEOs about ownership. It's about time we make difference as a collective, or else we're all in the wrong job.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that you might want to use that example of Tivan, because it's not as if it can't be done.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a company that is doing it, and in that way, royalties are one thing, but as you say, having a real stake in the success of a project is kind of a win-win for everyone. And therefore traditional owners and their families can benefit from the use of country. Tourism always seems to, tourism's why I came to the Territory, because we lived in country Victoria. Our parents took us out of school and took us north to see what Australia's about. And that's where I fell in love with the Northern Territory, because you go to beautiful places all the way up the track, from Catajuda north through places, particular places we fell in love with, like Mataranka, Douglas Hot Springs, Elliot. Is Elliot Falls there? There's some beautiful Litchfield. And I was just wondering if, in your role, whether you see that there's more that can be done with tourism in the Northern Territory, and whether that's seen as really an emerging industry where more can be done. Tourism itself is not a new industry, but with some more support, could it be really an emerging industry where people living on country can actually earn an income, and it can lead to regional economic development?
That's right, through the chair. Look, tourism is probably, we want to be able to share our culture, and I think tourism is a way of sharing our culture, and it can be a big investment in tourism. But the government need to again work with the traditional owners. I've seen some in the West Arnhem, Jebbaroo, Kakadu region. There's some traditional owners having ownership of tour buses, but they need to be greater in decision making in terms of all areas, and it is one of the areas that we want to be part of. And I've heard from firsthand from traditional owners saying we want to be part of tourism, and we want to. And we want to engage with the tourism company in all. And
sorry, Chair.
Yeah, go on.
Well, there's an example recently out at is it Jim Falls and Twin Falls, where the roads need upgrading, and where the traditional owners out there have asked for that support, and the the Parks Australia getting that work done. Not asking you to sort of give an opinion on that particular project, but there's this tension about when the tourism season sort of is the same as the season where you can get infrastructure development done, because it's not raining and we can, make roads better, as an example. But the traditional owners out there are thinking to the future in getting that road situation fixed up. There's other places around the territory where there seems to be some frustration because natural assets, say like the Douglas Hot Springs, remain closed, and it's not clear with the stovepipes of whether people are talking to each other to try and get places like that open, or whether it's like, whose responsibility is it to move forward with decisions that see natural assets opened up for the benefit of local communities? Like, how can we get across those stovepipes of information about a way forward, you know?
Look, again, through the chair, you got director of boards, through them, and traditional owners again.
Yeah.
You got board of management. And look, I'm not in the parks, but it would be good if they work together in terms of finding the solution rather than problems.
Yeah.
And you're dead right. They should be just before the dry season, come in, do the roads, done. Again, but we as traditional owners, as the chair, we want to make sure that traditional owners are being spoken to appropriately so that they understand what's happening.
Yeah, I think Kakadu is a good example where those conversations are happening and the infrastructure is being fixed in order to allow the emerging industry of tourism to thrive. But then we see other situations around the Northern Territory where it's not clear where there's a path forward and whether there's any sort of conversation or mechanism that might help that to occur.
Again, through the chair, probably I'm not in the industry and I can't answer you that, sorry.
Oh, no, thanks.
Can I
Yeah, go.
to Norman Payne, because I've got a whole, is that all right?
Yeah,
Is
I've
it- or-
got a question at the end
All
of
right.
this time left.
Can I just, as the chair, Maddie, I just want to, and thank you for the, Chairman of Northern Land Council, thank you for the NLC submission. I just want to go to NLC's role. So in terms of the recommendations that you've put in your submission, you said that a structured head lease model warrants consideration. The Northern Territory Government. So where's the conversations between Northern Land Council and its statutory role in terms of facilitating the head lease conversation? So we're talking about a head lease into the intertidal zone, and anyone who understands ELRA would know that that then enters into some contentious areas. So if you're talking about in your submission, you would grant the Northern Territory Government a head lease over relevant barge landings and associated infrastructure footprint, and then those lease payments flow to traditional owners. So you're saying to do a head lease, it would provide tenure certainty for investment, so anyone who wants to come into an Aboriginal community and do an emerging industry, the head lease would open up certainty. So where are conversations between, because this is Northern Land Council's responsibility, so where's the conversations between NLC and relevant Northern Territory Government in terms of doing the head leases for barge landings?
Again, look, with respect to the chair, it's still in conversation, and I'll take that on board.
Yeah.
And look, again, I think we've got to get that right in terms of the decision making with the right traditional owners.
Yeah. So can I get you to take on notice
That's right, yep.
if Northern Land Council can provide to this committee
Will do.
where conversations are or discussions between traditional owners within that intertidal zone for head leases over relevant barge landings and associated footprint, infrastructure footprint, particularly given, the Northern Land Council submission was pretty strong in terms of making sure that head lease was put in place. in terms of NLC, Maddie, where is NLC when we talk about emerging industries in our remote communities, whether it's critical minerals, whether it's setting up a tourism industry, whether it's setting up, even for the Caring for Country program, and, like what's in Kabawanamu, setting up a very strong Caring for Country program with rangers, which has, been able to get commercial benefit from the program that they run there. Are you able to provide either now or if you could take the question on notice?
Question on notice.
How many Section 19s has the Northern Land Council undertaken or land use agreements in terms of for remote communities that will enable emerging industries to happen? So you'll take that one on notice as well, Maddie?
Yes.
Thank you. And then just my last one, with the inland connectivity, when you talk about roads and access into communities, would Northern Land Council consider, because all roads on Aboriginal land at the moment are private, so has Northern Land Council had any conversations with traditional owners in terms of the road corridors going into communities, opening them up and opening, allowing those road corridors to become public rather than private access roads to enable emerging industries to happen in those communities? So if you talk about connectivity, those which we've had conversations before, it is a contentious issue.
It is.
But if we talk about we want communities to be opened up and we want communities to have industries, the biggest impediment people often say for communities is that they're private access roads, and there is an impediment in terms of having access to those communities. So what is Northern Land Council's role in terms of those conversations with under ELRA opening up those road corridors? Now you can take that on notice and we can write those questions, and then it'd be good to get that back.
Again, take that on notice.
No,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now I'll go to Senator Orman Payne.
Mr. Ryan, just a follow-up question. In the Land Council's submission, it talks about climate risk and systemic fragility. It talks about the fact that it says climate change is a force multiplier for existing vulnerabilities. Northern Australia is experiencing more intense rainfall events, higher peak flooding and increased cyclone intensity. Coastal erosion and storm surge risks also threaten marine infrastructure itself. I'm interested in your comments earlier about industry, and you talked about the gas industry, for example, and yet we know that that's one of the industries that's contributing to climate change. We also see that one of the other submitters has noted the evidence that, basically the whole of Northern Australia will become uninhabitable at 2.5 degrees of warming. And so I guess I'm interested as to whether the Land Council has a view or a preference for industries that aren't contributing to that climate risk. So, for example, critical minerals as opposed to gas, which is actually going to make that worse.
Don't feel. Can I just? Mr. Ryan, if you want that, if you want to take that question
I'm happy
on
for it to be
notice,
taken on
don't
notice.
feel that you.
Yeah.
So we could. So what we'll do is, after I sum up when we finish, we'll go through each of the questions that have been taken on notice. Northern Land Council will be asked to respond within 2 weeks of getting those questions. So if Senator Orman Payne.
I'm happy for it to be taken on notice. Can I maybe just give some context as to why I'm asking? And I guess the reason I'm asking is because we've got other submitters who are saying, you know, that the Northern Territory is one of the last places left on the planet that has pristine waterways, pristine savannas, etc. But I think it's really important to get the view of the council and traditional owners on what you think in relation to that question. So that's why, if you can take it on notice, I'd be very grateful.
Yeah, look, I'll take that on notice, and look, probably just a small comment that there's good views and bad views, and
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything that will contradict what
Yeah,
we're trying to
that's fine,
achieve
but
here today, and I'll take that on board. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald? Or
I've been thinking more about, you know, how there is a benefit, a long-term benefit to communities, traditional owners, and so we see communities that aren't in poverty and are thriving. And I'm wondering, you know, the point you made before about how you have a portion of ownership or inclusion in those projects. I went to Canada for the big mining conference a couple of years ago, and they talked about the funds, the First Nations funds they use there to develop infrastructure, that there is that genuine partnership. Is there other places around the world that you have seen examples of how that's worked well, or that we could be looking at in Australia?
Through the chair, probably, you know, First Nation people in Canada. I think that's a great example there, and we want to learn from it. At the moment, I don't see any other, but we want to go to that pathway. We want to be better influential in terms of economic development in that field. At the moment, look, there's no such thing, but, you know, I'm always firm about the opportunities are there. Let's grab it while we can.
I think that's, to my mind, success for us who care about our northern communities is that it is long-term,
That's right.
generational benefits, and that we see communities come out of poverty.
That's right.
And so I don't know, Chair, perhaps there's a little bit more work we could do in that regard about thinking about what that sort of, what other examples there are from around the world. You know, obviously not everybody's getting it right, but some places seem to be getting it a bit more right than others. But I think, you know, if we have great projects like the Beetaloo, like data centres, like whatever it might be, how does that stay? How does the benefit stay in your communities, not just all fly off into other parts of the world?
Thank you, Jen. Coming in, you know, a bit late before the timbre and the Sun cable, I've been very firm in terms of the economic opportunities for my people, and very firm in not just the jobs. You know, I'm done with the jobs. Hey, how about ownership? You know, and we want to see, you know, part of that, you know, ownership. We want to able to purchase, you know, the pastoralists. At the moment, I think probably 99%, I think it's owned by non-Indigenous people. We want to be able to say, hey, that's our pastoralist. You know, that's our cattle station, or anything for that matter. At the moment, I don't see any Indigenous people owning, you know, the casuarina for anything, or the, you know, some way. We want to be able to be influential within the community also. And so far, we're still down here, unfortunately. You know, at the moment, we want to do better.
Yeah.
You know, and I've been very firm from day one.
And I think that is this is my observation, maybe right or wrong, but, you know, getting a royalty stream, getting a cash flow is handy, but if it doesn't come with more skills, more Aboriginal people who are educated into those roles to then be making their own decisions in their own direction, then it's still somebody else's project, isn't it? It's still somebody else's benefit. Right. And you still have communities that might have more money, but they're not actually wealthier in terms of capacity and purpose and health outcomes. And, you know, money's not always, to my mind, money's not always the answer if it's not spent in a way that develops the outcomes for the families. And
That's right. Through the chair, you look at the education system, it's appalling. It's dumbing our children. So therefore, they're not stepping up into the roles that we're sitting here. And it should be reviewed in Northern Territory. They're dumbing our children right now, Indigenous people, in the remote communities. They should be able to be taught as any other Australians right across in Australia.
Do you think there's a difference in the education
That's right.
system in communities?
There is. Trust me.
That's terrible.
It is terrible. It's frustrating where the education system should be overhauled and should be delivered by the local people in the communities. And, the curriculum should be up to a standard, Australian standard. At the moment, I don't see that happening. I'm quite privileged where I had that,
Yes.
but now it's gone,
Yeah.
for a year, probably 6 or 5. It's appalling.
And I think, yes, we've both benefited from an education that's allowed us to have choices to take on leadership roles. And, I grew up on a cattle station, so mine was School of the Air and Correspondence. It doesn't always have to be a big flash school or it's just a system that works for where you are.
Yes.
I was not aware of that, and that's a terrible thing to hear, that they're not getting the same opportunity. One of the things that, as this committee's gone around Australia, has been about attendance rates. And we're in Broome, and I was asking, I can't remember which group it was, but one of the traditional owners about what the attendance rate was, and I think it was 26% of kids were going to school. I said, why do you think that is? And they said, well, because their parents didn't see a benefit of going to school. So now why would they send their kids to school? And anyway, I'm touching on a very, if it was easy to solve, it would be solved. But do you have a view on attendance?
I do. I mean, going back from experience growing up in the remote communities, I've seen working parents under the old CDP, CDEP, and it was a great program in the communities, and it provided jobs opportunity within the communities. So every parent worked. So therefore, kids could get feed, can afford to buy clothing, can afford to buy cars, 4x4, and they could afford to travel from communities to communities. Ever since that's gone, back to square one, I've seen people doing drugs just to support their families. Everyone. And I'm being serious and honest here. And if the program were to be still running today, you'd have good working parents, kids would still go to school, healthier, happier.
Yeah. And they see... I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please keep going.
Yeah, ever since that been demolished, we are back to square one. We have to support our families that are overcrowded, don't understand the system. We have to re-educate them, and it's failing systems every time that works. They cut off their legs. The ATSIC, that was working for people, Indigenous people. And rather than stop the whole ATSICs, they should have sacked the individual people, not the whole system. The system was working for Indigenous people. Again, we're back to square one again. So you have good working parents, good income, healthy children.
Yeah. Yes.
Simple.
Kids learn by example, don't they?
That's right.
They learn by what they see.
We had good curriculum back then.
Yeah.
High standard.
Yeah.
Nothing anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just am agreeing with you, Mr. Ryan. I'm a former teacher, and I think school is no longer engaging for students or teachers, and it doesn't meet the needs of the kids. Yeah.
I, from experience, again, thank you, Chair, look, I had to send my kids away from the community to be educated. All my kids are educated now, because I had no confidence in the local school because of the curriculum. The low level standard of education should be high standard.
All right. If we've got no further questions, what I'll do is just go back to your, don't move away yet, to your the questions on notice which you agreed to take on, Chair. Can I just add a further, in terms of the Aboriginal Investment NT, what is Northern Land Council's role in terms of the Aboriginal Investment NT, and how much of that investment has come out of AINT and investment into remote Aboriginal communities? Are you able to take that on notice?
I can do again and again. We have...
Because we get access to
Yeah.
IBA and
That'd be
ILSC, but it would be good because I know that the 4 land councils are shareholders of AINT, and there's substantial money that is invested in AINT. How much of that investment has flowed to remote Aboriginal communities in terms of infrastructure? If that can be taken on notice,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
will do. Thank you.
There's 3 other questions that, and we'll make that clear in terms of barge landings, the tenure, the Section 19 tenures. So we'll write to you and about the ILUAs. There are 2 others. One of the questions on notice, Mr. Gosling, you had.
Yeah, I just thought on notice would be the better way to do it. Just a question in terms of breaking down those silos and getting people to talk to each other. What does the NT government need to do to facilitate tourism opportunities, but specifically to open up Douglas Hot Springs? I'm trying to get an understanding of how we can open that tourism opportunity up. Is it an agreement between the NT government and the local traditional owners? Is that what is needed to open up that asset for the benefit of the broader community, or is there some other mechanism that the NLC recommends to facilitate these tourism opportunities for local communities?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And then the 4th one, I'll just read this out. The NLC submission makes reference to the impact of climate change, stating that climate change is a force multiplier in existing vulnerabilities. Given this is the case, and that other submitters to the inquiry have noted that most of Northern Australia will be uninhabitable at 2.7 degrees of warming, does the Northern Land Council have a view on whether industries such as the gas industry should be able to expand in the Northern Territory, given their contributions to climate? Does the Northern Land Council have a preference for development that conserves country and focuses on renewable energy, critical minerals, etc.? So that'll go to you. All of these questions, we'll outline them and we'll get them to you as early as we can.
Probably be in about
Yeah, and if we can then get a response back from the Northern Land Council with that. Maddie, I don't think that there's any questions. But I do thank you for your evidence today and for coming, Maddie. The committee's agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. So going on what the Secretariat just said, we should be getting those questions on notice to you over the next couple of days, and then if we can get those responses back within 2 weeks so that the committee can do its deliberation. So thank you, but certainly thank you for coming on behalf of the committee, Maddie.
Yeah, thanks, Matty.
Thank you.
And the committee will now suspend for a break and resume hearing at 10:45. I now welcome the representative from the Extractive Industry Association of the Northern Territory in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, I'm Timothy Burrow, and I appear here as the Extractive Industries Chairperson, representing the members of that organisation.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mr. Burrow.
Thank you. So I thought it might be nice to cast our minds back a bit, that sand has been around since time immemorial, and I'm going to focus my comments on sand today, but I'll mention aggregates as well as we go through. In fact, it was the way of measuring time for a long time, the old egg thing. So it's a very old product, and yet it's still incredibly important in development around the world right now. In fact, we would argue as an organisation that it's an essential service or an essential product. To give a bit of context as to why we think there's a massive opportunity here, is sand is by far the largest, by volume, by far the largest traded product in the world. I'll round the numbers obviously, but it's roughly 50 billion tonnes of aggregates are used around the world and traded around the world every year. And just to give you a comparison, about 9 billion tonnes of coal and about 6 billion tonnes of iron ore. So in the scale of volume, not the value necessarily, but the scale of volume, it's an incredibly important product generally. And again, to give another bit of background, that concrete is really synonymous with development in terms of the Western world in particular, but generally, and 70% of the volume of concrete is sand, and another 20% is aggregates, and the rest is water and cement. So it's just a massive volume product. If I can bring that back to, I'm going to speak about Northern Territory rather than the Northern Australia. I somewhat apologise for that because I don't have jurisdiction and my members aren't, or some of them have interests out in Western Australia and Queensland, but I'm asked to focus on the NT. So at the moment, just using sand as the example, we use about 200,000 tonnes of sand a year in the Northern Territory, and that's predominantly for construction, whether it be buildings or footpaths or schools or roads. It's predominantly for that. But right at the moment, there's a significant opportunity happening, and you'd be aware of the Beetaloo Basin, and every fracture that any of the companies down there do will use approximately 10,000 tonnes of sand. And we don't know what the number's going to be. They won't tell us, and perhaps they don't know. But we estimate that there's going to be, once it's up and running, there'll be 200 fractures a year. So we'll go from 200,000 tonnes of sand a year to 2 million tonnes of sand a year.
Sorry, could you just how many tonnes per fracture?
10,000.
10,000.
It ranges from about 8 to, well, it just depends on how long it is, but 8 to 12.
Yeah.
But for my maths, it's 10,000 is a good number.
And is that in the when they're going in?
So it's pumped down in.
Fracturing.
They go down vertically and then they
Yeah,
go across
go
horizontally.
horizontally.
So when
Yeah.
they go across horizontally, I'm not an expert on this, so I'll
Yeah.
stress that.
Yeah.
When they go across horizontally, they actually, the sand actually holds just by millimetres, holds the rock open to allow the gas to escape.
Okay.
Gas or oil for that matter, but we're gas, but other countries certainly do it for oil as well. Yeah, so that sort of sets the picture, but the real opportunity, as per my one-pager, which I've been socialising widely, not before this opportunity came up to speak with yourselves, is that there's and according to the UN and others, there's an absolute dearth of sand. There's not enough sand in particular, not enough aggregates generally, but not enough sand in particular in the world. For two countries in particular, Singapore and Hong Kong, import an enormous amount of aggregate because their islands are growing and they're growing it by importing product. But a lot of that material that's mined is mined in an unsustainable way, in the sense that it's mined out of riverbeds, estuaries, and places where it's low-cost labour, etc. Unfortunately, there's actually sand wars. If you look at Channel 9's report, I don't know if I gave you the link to that, of a good few years ago now, but in India and places like that, it's such an important product that people fight over it, which is obviously not a good thing, but it just shows the importance of the product. Moving along, the key thing for us is that we have in central northern Australia, and it's not just Northern Territory, but Western Australia as well, there is a significant amount of aggregates, but sand in particular, that can be sustainably sourced. By definition, sand is an alluvial product, therefore it runs down into creek beds, and that's where it's mined from. But in some places, Central Australia, those creek beds are long dry and gone, other than once there is 10 years or 15 years, and that's often not creek beds anymore, it's actually broader than that. And that material is sitting there, and all sorts of different specifications of it. So the sand you use for constructing the Darwin University is very different to the sand you would use to make a footpath for the kids going to school. And then the sand that you use for fracturing is very different to the sand you use in your screen of your computer. So it's not good and bad sand. There's just different specifications of sand. And for example, to get that sort of glass, you have to have 99.9% quartz, silica, to be able to make that sort of product. But the opportunity for the Northern Territory, but also for Northern Australia, is to provide sustainably for long, long times, hundreds, thousands of years, material to the rest of the world, certainly to Northern Territory and other developments that are happening, and also potentially to the southeast of Australia, where obviously a lot of the development's happening. There's just a shortage of good quality, of particular specifications of aggregates and sand in general. The catalyst at the moment is the Beetaloo, because they'll need a lot of sand. But with infrastructure, and transport is a big downside because it's heavy, and every time you put it on a truck costs money, or a train, and therefore getting it to port or getting it overseas or getting it anywhere is difficult. So typically sand and aggregates are mined close to the environment it's going to be used in. In Stewart Park here, a very central suburb that Luke would know well, is a street called Quarry Street. So 100 plus years ago, that's where it was quarried. Now it's out at Humpty Doo and beyond, and because it moves out. But the other thing is that sand and aggregates are only where they're put. We can't shift, well, we can shift them, but we can't say, oh, go over there and pick it up or extract it, because it's just not there. It's in certain areas. So the opportunity is to collectively, as an industry and government and others, to put together an infrastructure that would allow efficient extraction and shifting of that material to where it's needed. But it's a long-term project, so it's going to be deeper than any people that are involved in the industry, deeper pockets than any of the people involved in the industry at the moment. That's the summary.
Okay. I'm open to questions, and I've got the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Barrow. Just for the record, I am West Australian. I represent the Northwest. But my electorate, Durack, goes all the way down. Actually, it's about an hour's drive from Perth, the commencement of it. So therefore, organisations like Aluka, for example, they're in my electorate. So they're mineral sands. So I just want to be really clear about what you're talking about. You're talking about all versions of sand. So with Aluka, that is a particular high grade type of sand. Have I understood that correctly?
Yeah, they're looking for an element. They're looking for a particular element, which I'm not quick enough to remember at the moment. Yeah. Whereas we're looking for the use of the sand in construction.
Every day, just run of the mill. As you said, there'll be different type of, there'll be different sand. Okay, so one of your key recommendations, and you did refer to it just now, is to be able to consolidate sand extraction in sustainable large-scale locations. Are there, and you're a member group, you're an association, which you are the chair or the CEO of?
Well, I was the CEO. I'm now the executive chair.
Right, okay, so you're
So-
you're wearing both hats
Yeah,
now.
well, so I'm still doing the CEO work, but I'm actually a member as well. So
Yeah, okay, all right. So amongst your membership, are you aware of proponents who would like to have one of these larger projects, but for whatever reason, it's not going? And what are the hurdles for them actually getting up these large scale?
it's sort of a need that's coming to the fore by a number of members, but, in that we are finding it difficult to extract sand in the volumes that the territory, particularly Darwin, but the territory needs. And typically it's in areas that are quite sensitive, close areas are quite sensitive to being extracted because you shift vegetation, you have threatened species, you have waterways, you have all those sorts of things. So the need is to have somewhere that is appropriate to extract sand from, that a number of players can be involved in to bring it to the places it's needed.
Because they're just simply not big enough to do it. Is that what you're saying? Your members aren't big enough? Or it's just the capital
that's right.
the capital
no,
outlays.
Like you mean one option, this is a bit wild, but one option would be, for example, is to put a pipeline from, say, wrong state, Larimer or Elliot or somewhere like that, up to Darwin, for example. And you can shift sand by pipeline. You can also shift it by railway line. You can also shift it by truck. There's lots of different ideas, ways of doing it, and it's done elsewhere in the world. So it's just such a big. It would need to be a collective to invest that amount of time and effort and money into it to make it happen. I don't think, maybe if a BHP decided to do it, they could do it. But it's that sort of size.
So you talked about Beetaloo being the big opportunity at the moment. So at the moment, you talked about 10,000 tonne per fracture. So are you suggesting that the amount of sand needed for Beetaloo won't come from the Northern Territory?
Yes, it will. It'll come from the areas that, there's huge amounts out there, but there's been small, you're talking 10 hectares, 100 hectares. There's been those sorts of size areas identified where the appropriate sand is available for the Beetaloo, in the Beetaloo. It's happening right now. So the sand at the moment for the Beetaloo, for the test wells, is coming from as far away as the USA. 10,000 tonnes for one test fracture. Imagine what that does to our road from Darwin Port to Elliot.
Just
but
that, and I can tell you it's bad.
I drove some of it this weekend. It's bad. Not all of it. And some of it's coming from North Queensland, and some of it's coming from Mount Pleasant in South Australia, and there's probably others, but they're the ones I'm aware of. But when you're doing one fracture or two fractures a year, that's almost practical. Not really, but almost.
Yeah.
And the other reason is the people that are doing the fractures are trying to minimise their variables. So they know the sand they're using from the US, for example, works, and they want to make sure that they're minimising any other... It's scientifically...
So the specification of that sand is suitable for what they need
They
for
know
fracturing.
that. Whereas the sand that is supplied from Cairns or from Beetaloo will get there. It's appropriate, but it's not. They don't know it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
No one fine.
Yeah, I have some questions. Thank you. It's very interesting. It's not something I'd given a lot of thought to, actually, even particularly in relation to the Beetaloo and the fact that sand is used. Much, I guess, think about water a lot, but not so much sand. Could you just go back and expand a bit more on what you mean by sustainably sourced sand?
Yeah, that's fine, because typically it's an alluvial product, so therefore it's in waterways by definition and estuaries, so it's taken out of those. So there's obviously a high density and a high propensity of all sorts of plants and animals and organisms in those areas, whereas in so we know that it can do damage in those places. It's often replenished quickly, particularly up here, because of the fact that we have such a strong wet season. So it washes down again very quickly. I saw one in Central Australia where it came down again quickly, but anyway, that's another story. So where it's become stable over the millennia, you know where it is and it's there, and it's in amongst hundreds of square kilometres, it's 100 hectares. So it's just and there's obviously vegetation there, don't get me wrong, and there's potentially small animals and that which are all assessed, but it's there and can be, out of the scheme of things, it's not in a waterway, it's It's not challenging any threatened species or anything like that.
So where does the definition sustainable come from? Is that an industry-used
That's
definition?
the
Is it
UN.
Okay,
They've got a whole multi-page document on sand.
okay, all right. In terms of the recommendation about shifting sand extraction activity to these more sustainable locations, do you know what percentage of that land is First Nations First Nations land?
Oh, short answer is no. No, I don't know the percentage of that.
Because I guess my first question is, has anybody spoken to traditional owners about how they feel about those activities shifting onto their land?
I'm aware of one of our members that has just, after 4 years, achieved a native title situation.
Okay.
Native title clearance, native title.
Yeah. So has your organisation engaged in any consultation with First Nations owners in these places?
Not usually our organisation, but our members are.
Okay. I might leave it there for now.
Can I just follow up on that one?
Yeah.
So that's good news. A member of yours is, engaged with the process of identifying sacred sites and working with traditional owners. Was it to get an ARPA certificate, or was it to establish an ILUA? Do you know? Indigenous Land Use Agreement.
Yeah, no, it was a straight native title permission to use native title.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get some more information if you were able to take that on notice. Respecting any commercial in confidence issues, but I think what's really positive is if we can make it known that there are processes to work with traditional owners to mutually benefit from the resources on their land. And I think sometimes commercial companies maybe put it in the all too hard basket, but it is possible to reach agreements on use of land, and when there's abundant resources and sacred sites aren't going to be impacted, there's a lot of opportunity. Just in terms of the range of sands that we have in the territory, I've seen some Queensland infrastructure that the Northern Australian Infrastructure Facility has invested in that's making very high quality silica product. Do we have those high quality sands, or we've just got lots and lots of this concrete making sand?
No, we have all the different sands. That's a strong statement. I get all, but we know there's sand out there that's good enough to make the screens of your computers and things. Yes, it does exist out there.
And the logistics of it is, wherever there's a deposit, you need to get permission to use the resource from whoever the authority is. Put it onto trucks, get it to a train siding, or either truck it to Darwin or Adelaide or wherever. Get it to a train siding and put it onto a train that takes it then to the Darwin port. It's a lot of moving parts, and if it's a low value asset, can you just talk us through what is working, what isn't working? Do we need more train sidings? Strategically located. When the federal government looks at solid recommendations on where kind of multi-user infrastructure might be, that's the kind of feedback we're keen on, and maybe it's somewhere in the Barclay, but I just wonder if there's anything you'd like to venture.
So when you extract sand, you might, depending on the specification you want, that particular site might be 60-40 what you want. So the best place to process it, at least the first pass process, is on site or like, because every time you shift a voluminous product that's
Huge weight.
yeah. So you don't want to shift 100% to Darwin, for example, and then
Yeah.
get rid of 40%. So you'd want to, and that other 40% might well be used for something else, but
Sure.
but it's not necessarily waste, but it's not what you're after at that point in time. So the commercial people would be quite comfortable with doing that. That's what they do everywhere, like Mount Bundy or Acacia Hills, wherever they do it now. They'll process it and then they'll transport the desired product into Darwin, for example. The challenge is that the cost of getting it from Larimer, for example, to Darwin, both for Darwin use and for potential export, and that needs to be done more efficiently than we can currently do it now. So the sorts of infrastructure we would need would be railway sidings, railway, I'm not sure about railway lines, but access to the railway line, and the ability to load it onto ships if it was going overseas from Darwin.
So you're saying that doesn't currently exist at the port?
Oh, look, you can do it, but it doesn't exist efficiently. The only way this would work, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion, is if you had enough volume to make it, warrant going through. It's a volume product.
Yeah. So then you would need put down storage
Areas
as
yes.
well, storage areas.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrow. Just a few questions for you. The first one is a bit more technical around construction of sand. I believe that some of the, particularly road base and those people manufacture from quarries, various sizes of aggregate and then down to sand. Is that something that any of your businesses are doing, or is it all extractive?
No, we do have manufactured sand here in Darwin. Mm-hmm. One particular member does that. But most material that comes out of the ground is processed in some way. But that actual manufactured sand is where you take large rocks of this sandy material and crush it up into the right size.
Right size, yes. I was at the Sustainable Minerals Institute in Brisbane a couple of years ago, and they made this point that sand should be declared a critical mineral because it is in such short supply for worldwide demand. So I'm interested in your presentation today. I've been to the North Queensland sand mine that's delivering sand to the Beetaloo, so I was aware of that. If 70% of sand use is going to concrete, where would the rest be? Would it be...
I don't think I said that.
I said 70% of concrete is sand.
Oh, 70% of concrete is sand. Thank you for clarifying that. So of the sand use, where would be the biggest usage?
Oh, at the moment, in general usage, it's concrete.
Do you want to have a stab at a percentage or just...
Oh, no.
It's fine, it's fine. So concrete
because concrete sand, 100% of concrete sand is used in concrete, but the other sands are used for fill and then back to I think Mr. Gosling's point is that you can get to the point where you have sand is basically glass. I mean that's everything. Everything that's glass comes from sand. Different specification of sand.
Yes, I was going to say silica sand then. Yes. Okay, you're talking before about port access both for importation and export. Have you had any engagement with the Darwin port, to know how easy comparative costs? We did a section in the last Northern Australia hearing about how trade-friendly the ports in Northern Australia are, and I'm just wondering if you've had any reason to engage with the port around comparative cost to other jurisdictions.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to the comparative, but we find the port very cooperative and open to discussions. We don't have any, I know the CEO there personally quite well. We don't have any great challenges there. We've not really done anything of significance with them either, so it's a bit
easy to be friendly when you don't have any
yes,
business dealings. Yes.
Yeah. But we would expect it to be positive. It's not.
No, it's more just around cost. My experience has been that, you know, the more northern we get, the costs, you know, I think comparative to Brisbane, it's certainly more than double to do a container. I'm just curious to see if it is, if we're talking about emerging industries in the Northern Territory, whether or not costs of transport, and in particular the port, would be a significant one that we should consider.
I guess we don't compare it because it's not realistic. I mean, if you're going to do this, it's either through with a northern port, e.g. Darwin or Cairns or wherever it might be. You're not going to shift it from here to somewhere else.
No, it's just whether or not you can compete the landed product.
Our competition internationally is basically the low-cost, probably in some cases unlawfully extracted material from the Philippines and other countries.
Hard to compete against that, isn't it?
It's not realistic.
Yeah. We've talked this morning about silos. Is there a grouping of approval processes or government departments or, you know, decision makers that you think would be helpful? I mean, you talked about one of your members getting an ILUA or an Aboriginal approval for an extractive project. Is there, you know, the Environment Department working with mines, or just trying to understand where we might find silos that could work together better for extractive industries?
I can answer this in a little bit of a roundabout way. So I'm going to talk initially about NT government, and then I'll move to federal government. So the NT government has realised over the last few years that extractives are really important and in fact interesting. I'd like to claim some fame to that. I've been around for a few years. So they've now put together a cross-bureaucratic department working task force at senior executive director level, which we think is fantastic. Like, we haven't seen anything come out of that as yet, but that's a really positive.
Great.
So we've got the Environment Department, the Treasury, the Mines Department, and the Logistics Department, which is typically they're our major customer because they're the people building roads or you know, for my members, the major customer is the government. So that's a positive move.
Is that just for? Is that for mining broadly, or is it specifically for sand?
Oh, that's for extractives, not for mining.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think the government was a big customer of mining at all. Maybe it is. I thought they were perhaps a recipient of royalties. So extractives is used in construction of whatever, roads. Roads are, in the Territory, roads are significant because there's a very high number of kilometres per head of population for roads.
So they've established the task force to assist with their own procurement, as opposed to, so for Queensland, they have a subcommittee of Cabinet of Environment, Mining, State Development. I feel like I've missed somebody. Treasury. Yeah, so, but for a different purpose. Okay, thank you. So that's good to understand.
The timing challenges are predominantly for the Indigenous relationships and the environment relationships. And I sometimes say this, the devil's in the double-ups. So we have, you know, and I think every state, we're not a state, I understand that, but the Territory has its own environmental legislation and it has its own, and we come under the EPBC Act. I don't think it's called that anymore, is it? I know it's changed.
Yep.
Everyone knows it as that. So that becomes challenging at times in terms of timing in particular. And then the two national federal laws to do with Indigenous, native title and the
Cultural heritage? Or?
Yeah. And, cultural heritage is another one too. But
No, there's no cultural heritage up here. It's the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. And
Aboriginal Land Rights Act and native title. So, but they're both federal acts anyway, and they tend to be the two acts that impact the timing of projects more than others.
Okay. All right. So the action that you've recommended, commission a study to address the feasibility of capturing this commercial and environmental opportunity. Are you thinking the study would sit in something like the Northern Territory Task Force, or is it a federal government study? Did you have any thoughts on that?
I think it'd need to be both, if that's possible, because they both have impact and say over different things.
Okay, and then finally, you've made the point about shifting all sand extraction activity in the Northern Territory to these sustainable locations, which you've already made some comment on. But I don't know that you said where the sustainable locations are.
Oh, look, there's many in there in different places, but the ones that are driving the change are the ones in the Beetaloo. It's not to say they're not elsewhere. They are. Sand is not everywhere, but there are multiple locations of it.
Thank you.
Luke, quickly, and then I'll...
Yep. I just wanted to follow up on that previous answer, because my previous question was, wanting to get an understanding of, from your industry, where sidings, as an example, might be best located. At the NT government level, the Territory Coordinator, as I understand it, is not actually coordinating between industries about needs. And so then the question is this task force you mentioned looking at where infrastructure is needed across the extractive industries? Like, is there someone in that task force that can provide that sort of advice?
There would need to be. There would need to be. We have been in contact and worked with a year or so ago with the Territory Coordinator, but we haven't actually got a project on foot with him at the moment.
Yeah. Just in terms of me trying to, help to cut across the silos, it would be good if someone in that task force is talking to stakeholders and forming a view about where enabling infrastructure would lead to the most productivity. Yep. My understanding is that is not part of the role of the Territory Coordinator. I'm hoping that maybe this Territory Task Force for Extractive Industries might be playing that role. Mm-hmm. But in any case, it would be good to get some advice on that if you can take it on notice. Thanks.
Mr. Burrow, you agree to take that on notice?
Yes,
Yep.
sorry.
Okay. Just to follow up with that, do you reckon, Mr. Burrows, in your opinion, and maybe this could be a follow-up to that, that given that you've got the Territory Coordinator's role and then you're talking about this task force and with the extractive industries area, and if ELRA, the Aboriginal Land Rights Act or native title is an impediment, how do you, has your industry had any conversations with either Commonwealth Government or the Northern Territory Government to try and streamline processes required under that? Or with land councils, because that's who's got carriage of both of those.
Again, my members definitely have regular contact with the land councils. That's a significant part of their needs. Back to.
Do we have a list of your members? Do we have a
I can
list?
get you one.
Are you able to provide a list of your members? Only for the committee's deliberations, that's all. Mr Burrows?
It's not private.
Okay.
It's public knowledge. I've lost my train of thought momentarily.
So that interaction between native title, the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, your membership, the territory coordinator, you've got this task force. Is there too many layers or bureaucracies? How do we get this happening? So if we want an emerging extractive industry to happen in the Northern Territory, how do we streamline this without, creating all of these layers?
That's a great question, because that's sort of where we're at as an industry. How do we make this happen appropriately?
Now's your opportunity to walk us through. So what do you reckon?
So, well, I think it certainly needs to have federal input. It certainly needs to have territory input. As far as the territory coordinator is concerned, I thought they was specifically excluded from his activities was specifically excluded from the federal law, which makes sense.
But if you look at what is it, 60% of the Northern Territory's land mass. So if we look at extractive industries, wouldn't a lot of that activity happen on that 60% of that land mass, that it would make it easier or better to try and get a better process happening?
Yeah, definitely a lot of it happens on that landmass.
Yeah.
I don't know the number, but, or the percentage. It definitely happens.
But I mean, you can take that, rather than putting you on the spot, if you want to take those questions on notice and provide that information or your thoughts or a process going forward to the committee, that would be good, Mr Burrows.
A recommendation.
Is there anything from any other members to add? Is there any further comments you'd like to make, Mr Burrows, before I
No, thank you.
sign you up to provide the committee with so look, I thank you for your evidence today. The committee's agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. So I think there were a number of questions. We'll write to you and we'll list what those questions were that you've agreed to take on notice. You'll get 2 weeks once you get that transcript to respond back to the committee. But thank you very much for your appearance
Thanks
today.
very much.
Thank you.
Very helpful.
Thank you.
See you.
Thanks, Tim.
There's a white fellow there. I now welcome a representative from Total Energies H2 in person. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good morning. My name is Cam. I'm the Managing Director of TEH2. Camho, sorry.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So, Mr Hope.
So TEH2 is a joint venture. It's 80% held by TotalEnergies, which is a French multi-energy major, and 20% owned by Echren Group, which is a private entity with a deep passion and track record in climate abatement. TEH2 was established in 2023 upon a successful partnership between our two shareholders in creating TotalEnergies, which was in 2023 a 4 gigawatt renewable energy business, which was acquired by TotalEnergies. Our mission is to develop competitive, reliable, and affordable renewable power to industries and community with the intention to be able to help renewables transition out of just power, so in future molecules such as hydrogen and other vectors. So in the Northern Territory, we've been developing a project which is called the Darwin Hydrogen Hub. It's a hydrogen facility using renewable power to create green molecules, and the ambition to obviously be able to help provide competitive power to the NT, but also potentially for future export as well. The renewable generation is to be powered from a proposed solar farm called Whack Whack Solar Farm, located near Humpty Doo, about 30 kilometres south of Darwin. That project is currently in development. We are going through the referrals process for an environmental basis and wide-ranging community engagement and traditional owner engagement as well. So at this stage, we're still going through development phase. There's a range of, sort of criteria we have to meet in order to prepare the project for an investment decision, probably closer to the back end of this decade.
Okay.
Can I just clarify something quickly? So that 20%, I missed the name of the...
It's Eren Group, E-R-E-N. So it's a private company that was founded by two individuals, Paris Mortoglu and David Korsha.
Thanks.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Ho. Thanks for coming in. You've got a very exciting project that you're involved with. Okay, where to start? So ultimately this is a hydrogen project that we're referring to, and for better or for worse, there's a lot of majors, small and medium-sized businesses that all talked about having a hydrogen project. And I'm from Western Australia. My electorate's littered with failed ideas about hydrogen. So, I am very interested in, how is it that your project's going to be successful? And I guess talk a bit about what's the latest technology? I think we would all really like to understand that.
So maybe I'll take a step back a little bit about, hydrogen. So I've been involved in this project from the origination. The reality is that hydrogen is challenging. It is, from a molecule level, chemical level, is a building block in everything that we need from an energy perspective. It's incredibly important, but it's also probably the hardest molecule to work with, just because it's really light and it's really small and it just wants to fly away. So that's a fact, and that's a scientific fact, which requires significant investment to ensure that we can progress the industry. So one of the benefits that we have is from our shareholding is that TotalEnergies is probably one of the world's largest procurers of green hydrogen today. So even though it is an energy major, it has undertaken a commitment to procure long-term green hydrogen to decarbonize its refinery operations in Europe. So we understand the challenges. They're still there, and that's driven by largely the RFNBO policy in Europe that forces that investment decision. So,
but at this stage, they're an acquirer of green hydrogen. They've not been a developer of.
They have been. So they're doing a mix, and that's the reality, is that there isn't a single vector that makes it competitive today. It's not that easy, just because it hasn't been de-risked. So in Europe, TotalEnergies is buying green ammonia from NEOM in Saudi Arabia, shipping it to France, and they will commit to build a ammonia cracker to then crack it back into green hydrogen to France refinery. They've also committed an investment in an electrolyzer powered by offshore wind in the Netherlands, which is about 250 megawatts with Air Liquide. They also have procured green hydrogen in Europe through in Germany through a 600-kilometer hydrogen gas pipeline network, as an example. So there isn't a particular vector which is just it's a sure sort of guarantee. They're diversifying to try to really understand the economics, the technical complexity, and the integration into ultimately a very complex energy vector. So when it comes to our project here at the Darwin H2 Hub, our view is that it's recognized that the NT has amazing solar resource. The challenge is that it's solar, so it's obviously 10 hours a day, and it's fairly uniform. So it's not site specific. You can go pretty much anywhere in the NT. The second part is just moving it. So if you do end up converting into hydrogen, transportation is an incredible challenge, and that requires significant investment globally to de-risk that. So at this moment, our priority is to stage the project, is to deliver competitive renewable power as a starting point, because we do think that that will deliver the greatest benefit to the local community, to local industries, and then over time scale up the project when the market develops for hydrogen to go into that. So it's not really a priority, it's more of just a roadmap.
Yep. Okay, that's smart. Yeah, I can see where you're heading with that. So the Darwin Hydrogen Hub, was that created by the NT government and or the federal government? Because again, in my electorate of Durack, there's a couple of hydrogen hubs. Some of it funded by the state government, some of it funded by the federal government. I have to admit that I have no idea what's happening with those projects now. So was this Darwin Hydrogen Hub a part of that sort of federal or NT government push?
No, it's really a private proponent. So
Okay, it's the name
yes, that's the name that I had
well done.
initially picked. I guess there was limited creativity maybe 3 years ago when I selected that name. The reality is that how we sort of engaged the business in Australia particularly, I established a platform here, was I looked at, first and foremost, if we wanted to decarbonise and provide competitive power to anywhere, we start with our backyard. And here it's really Australia. So we looked at Australia in terms of where are energy-intensive industries, and how does that overlay with a natural resource from a solar or wind perspective. So our activities are actually all focused in regions where there are existing energy-intensive industries that would need long-term, competitive, sustainable energy, good renewable resource in close proximity, because proximity is a challenge in terms of transmission or pipelines. So getting as close as possible to industry, having existing workforce that we can train, we can help transform over this journey, which is 20, 30, 40 years, is crucial. And that's sort of where our projects, we only have 4 in Australia, so it's not many, but it's really located in industrial hubs today, where their facilities are part of carbon safeguard, or locations in which we believe could be industrial hubs of the future, just preparing, because a lot of these industries are underpinned by reliable, competitive power, which ultimately should be more and more sustainable. And that's our mission, is to sort of try to see if we can create a project that could help underpin that. And Darwin was identified because it has an existing industry there today in Middle Arm, and for us is that it needs energy, and having something which is close in proximity without having to completely build new infrastructure is extremely critical.
So this is my last question. So the solar farm, and I take it there's some battery technology attached to that. Did I understand it's 30 kilometres south of Darwin?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
Southeast,
you do?
yeah.
Southeast, okay. So so the energy would go to industry and or communities, and I don't understand the grid in Northern Territory, so, just bear with me here.
Yeah.
So how's the grid? Is it fit for purpose? Once you get this energy up and running, you've got in the batteries and you want to feed it into that grid, is it possible?
So
Very small.
Okay, so we need to make it bigger. Okay.
So maybe I'll explain. So our proposed renewable generation facility is called Whack Whack Solar Farm. It's a proposed 2.7 gigawatt peak solar coupled with 6 gigawatt hours of energy storage. It's to be built in phases, but B also.
Sorry, how much energy storage did you say?
6 gigawatt hours. And the idea is for it to be built in stages, but also in sort of clusters of isolation. And isolation because we don't have a unified system of electrical system here in Darwin. So the Darwin-Catherine system, which is called DCIS for short, is a largely, I said, households and sort of some commercial industrial, but not a very large sort of energy for sort of manufacturing, just because there's a lack of that industry here. So on the basis, it's a fairly small grid. It's very skinny, it's very long, consumers sort of spread out everywhere. It's quite a complex grid. But what we've done is that in our project, there's sort of 4 distinct clusters. So 4 parts of the project that can be delivered independently. So we don't have to connect to one system to deliver all that energy, because it wouldn't be economically viable in any case. So we've got a northern cluster that could potentially supply to the Darwin Catherine grid if there ever was a capacity need for that. So we could supply that power to the local electrical system, and we've got the capacity to also supply that power with a vision, potentially whether for our needs behind electrolyzer to produce molecules, or alternatively directly to energy-intensive customers that may need so much power that they can't be connected to DKIS just because it doesn't have the infrastructure today. So there's a lot of, what we're trying to do is plan for optionality, just because it's a 20-year journey. And but that's what's in it in our planning sort of referral at the moment. Is a site that has up to 2.7, but is not meant to be delivered in a single phase or to one customer.
Yeah.
It's meant to have the optionality to work with market, to try to bring people along with us on how we can, sort of get them competitive power, which will be more reliable, just because it's a solar and a very large battery.
Yeah.
So that requires a bit of, obviously, education, but demonstration on capacity.
And final, what does AEMO say about the Northern Territory grid and what would need to be spent on it to be able to take up this renewable energy?
I haven't really been sort of following.
No, it's probably a bit of it's an unfair, only because I know what they say about Western Australia's grid, so I thought maybe you...
But it is important to note that DKIS is a very small grid, which means that it's incredibly challenging because it's isolated. So it's the most exposed when it comes to external factors outside our control, just because it's got a very limited customer base and it's an island. So you can't export the excess, you can't really absorb it from somewhere else, like WA, it's like the Swiss system in WA. Now, the reality is that there are some existing solar farms, very small, connected, small in our world in sort of typical scale, but comparable, a 10, 20 megawatt solar farm in DKIS is equivalent to a 400, 500 megawatt solar farm in the national electricity market in the East Coast. So those challenges are significant in terms of the impact that they have to the grid. And that's why I think energy storage has been, the development and the economics and the capabilities is really shifting, sort of how we view electricity. And I think that would help to sort of, be able to increase the penetration of renewables in DKIS.
Okay, thanks so much.
No worries.
Appreciate it.
So, Senator Ullman-Payne.
Yeah, I will ask a question. Thank you. This is all very interesting. I live in Gladstone where, we've heard good things about hydrogen and then it's fallen off the radar a little bit. So I guess what I'm interested to understand from your company's perspective is what is the opportunity of hydrogen?
Yeah.
And obviously for the NT in particular in the north, but why is it worth the investment to try and actually crack this and have it as an energy option, as opposed to just, for example, relying on wind and solar and other renewable sources?
So I think the most important part is optionality, and generally hydrogen, it's a gas. So we're not running away from that. It is a gas. It can be used as a blend in existing applications where you cannot electrify. So obviously, and that's a big chapter around, can you electrify and what's the cost of electrification? But that's really the benefit, is that there are some industries which is just really, really challenging to fully electrify. And on that basis, being able to start with a blend, or alternatively to have a drop-in fuel where you can convert green hydrogen and marry it with, unfortunately, carbon as an example, to make synthetic fuels gives you additional optionality. And that optionality is also potentially from an energy security standpoint. So the reality is that we can make drop-in fuels like ESAF, synthetic aviation fuel today, using green hydrogen. And you can produce it here, because in the NT we do produce quite a bit of CO2. We can produce green hydrogen, and there may be a security defense need to have synthetic fuels produced domestically here in Australia in your backyard, where, through renewables. So we see a small opportunity, but a strategic need over time for Australia, being, again, as an island, we are islanded, to potentially develop some of those domestic capabilities to ensure that we have fairly reliable energy and not always reliant on imports.
What's the biggest barrier at the moment to, because I note from, just sort of had a look online and you talked about the fact that, you know, making investment decisions towards the end of this decade.
Yeah.
So I guess what do you see are the barriers or the biggest risks
Yeah.
in getting to a point where you say, yep, this is good to go?
I wouldn't necessarily have a singular risk. Unfortunately, a lot of our work is never a singular risk. The reality is that what we're trying to do is sort of a mix of 4 items all at once. First and foremost is where we are with the project is engaging with community and developing a social license to operate. The reality is that developing a large solar battery project, it involves impact to the ground. It involves impact to local communities in terms of their lifestyle. And I've grown to recognize that Territorians are very, very protective of their lifestyle. And as a Melburnian coming here, it's completely different. So spending more time and us being on the ground in the community on a committed basis and consistent basis, we think is important. That's really the first one. The second part is building a long-term relationship with traditional owners. You know, and I think the reality is that we're on a pastoral station where there's no native title claim. And that's fairly unique, I think, in the context of how close we are to Darwin. So, you know, working with traditional owners in which
Pastoral.
Copinia Station.
Okay.
So, you know, we've been working with, you know, the Woolnover representatives to undertake cultural heritage survey and actually learning a lot about their history and their connection to country, which is not really captured today. So that's the other part, is how do we help them develop and build additional capacity over time to help them ensure we bring them along with this journey of what we're trying to do. The third is the environmental. So we've undertaken 3 years of, you know, because that's really sort of the work that we've been doing the last 3 years is ecologically, is this the right approach? And in the NT, particularly, so even though this close to Darwin, there really isn't that much development, and hence why there isn't that much cleared land. So the challenge we have is that we need to clear land, and we need to ensure that we do it in a way that we try to avoid as much as we can. So when we started this project 3 years ago, we started with 13,000 hectares of land. And on that basis, I thought we could do 4.5 gigawatt peak. That would be pragmatic. And what we came out of that study was we don't have 5,000 hectares. We had sort of 2,500 hectares. But that was the value that we determined and surveyed with local ecologists and advisors that 2,500 was demonstrated to be the lowest quality habitat that's been burnt every year, and therefore it was an acceptable impact on our, you know, and not acceptable as in we're happy about it, but it's just out of all the surveys that we've done, that was the best outcome that we could quantify while demonstrating how we're going to grow this project, how we're going to deliver this project. So that's the third, and finally, we're still competing, you know, from a product perspective. And when it comes to solar particularly, solar isn't really land specific. It's not like wind or hydro where it's in a particular area. If we move 50 kilometers east or west or south, it's coming from the sun. So land isn't a huge, from a resource perspective, it's fairly uniform. And the product we're trying to create, so competing against renewables is one, and then competing against electricity. There are so many methods we can create power. We can use coal, we can use gas, we can use other forms of renewables. So that's the other part as well, is that we need to bring the market along with us to ensure that at the end of the day, it's always competitive. So that's kind of what we're trying to balance, really all four at the moment. There isn't one. I think there's one will be more important than the other for one day, and then the other would switch. So that's sort of what we're trying to do, is make sure that we can carry all these four forward with confidence, over the next, sort of 3 to 4 years.
That's really important work, so thank you. It's been very interesting to learn more about it and its potential.
Luke, and then Senator McDonald, you got some questions?
So do I understand that, if I've got it right, about 2,500 hectares can produce about 2.7 gigawatts, more or less.
Yeah.
No, it's good to have that in mind about what's possible. There's a lot in a name. Darwin Hydrogen Hub sound like a pretty straightforward thing at the time. Have you come up with something else in the meantime?
No, not really. No, look, I think for us, we focused on, the first and foremost is generation. So Whack Whack Solar Farm, and as I was told, Whack Whack means crow, black crow. I think that's sort of potentially history, but that's really the locality where we are. So trying to make sure that we've got a generation site that is of acceptable to community, traditional owners, providing them obviously, transparent information as well, and it's competitive is key. Without competitive energy, not just for other industries, but even for ourselves, the project won't happen. And that's where we're trying to really make sure that it's viable.
Yeah. For that viability, you're going to need a big customer. And I was listening carefully at the start. I wouldn't describe Middle Arm as an existing entity yet. But what is your understanding of where Middle Arm is at, and do you think it's going to correspond with your end of the decade? Is that the hope? Is that a user or two or three are going to establish themselves in the greater Darwin area as one of your customers?
So I think when I refer to end of decade, it's really a first phase, which could be the option of potentially providing power to the Darwin-Catherine system, as an example.
Yeah.
So it's not, we're not dependent on Middle Arm. We think that Middle Arm is a potential area, subject to obviously environmental hurdles and everything else, to be able to, if one day it makes sense, to produce a power to X vector, whether that's synthetic fuel, because there are sources of carbon being produced. We can produce green hydrogen, and it's just potentially hitching the CO2 that is going to be vented anyway, just give it one more ride. So in that context, just trying to hitch one more ride on carbon. So that's sort of where we see it's more of a 10-year, 10 to 15-year visibility when it comes to where Middle Arm sits. It could be accelerated if we see the viability to, but the current sort of priority is making sure that we have competitive power, just firmed competitive power, whether it's to the local Darwin-Catherine system or other energy-intensive customers, which may be too big on paper to fit in grid. We could try to see how we can supply a bulk of that.
And obviously producing ammonia is, part of the options available.
Initially considered, much less now.
Sure.
Just because ammonia requires quite a lot of infrastructure to be developed.
Yeah.
It requires a level of scale that, unfortunately, as I said, when we started at 4.5 gigawatt peak, pretty much all of that was going into this vector.
Yeah.
And now that we're 2.7, and our view is that we could potentially provide more power to domestic, end users, the project on the PTX side is really quite scaling down, and potentially more around sort of energy security from an Australian standpoint.
Yeah, great to hear. I'm getting the wind up from the chair. Can I take one on notice, Chair?
Yep.
Just quickly, I'd just be interested how your conversations are going with the Woolner traditional owners. Do they see opportunities there for their kids to train up? And with your timeline, it would seem like a young person from that community might be able to get trained up in some certain areas. So don't answer now, but if you could take that on notice, I'd be really interested to hear where they see the future opportunities for the young people. So.
Do you want to take that on notice, or are you going to say something now?
I can respond now if that's the time. Absolutely. Our view is to build a long-term, genuine partnership, which means capacity building in terms of what they want to do in the future, to help them plan. So we have a partnership with one of the Woolner representatives who have helped us, through the site, through the last year, undertake a range of cultural heritage but cultural values assessment across Copinia Station. And it's really helping the opportunity to document through an anthropology study to record that history. And over time as well, obviously a commitment to capacity build, obviously their local businesses, on ranger programs to obviously take care of country, of the land that ultimately we are looking to nurture in over the next 30 to 40 years. So there is that relationship with the Wona families today.
But is there a connection, not to labour the point, but is there a connection in some of those families about, so if my son, daughter is going to get on the tools and be part of, whether it be building or maintaining this facility, they'll need to go to TAFE in Darwin or get their certificates in...
And that's part of the
become
capacity
a Sparky.
building. Yes.
Yeah.
So when we talk about capacity building, we really talk about jobs, education. But a lot of the work that we do today across, when
It's a different phase, I get that.
But it starts now, right? I mean, the reality is if you
Absolutely.
plan for construction in 5 years' time, that's the opportunity that you have, and that's what we're starting now, is to make sure that, even things like, for example, undertaking cultural heritage studies surveys. It's a very large site to walk through. And making sure that, upskilling when it comes to geographic information system, being able to record all this data, through IT system and GPS, and just training all that to ensure the next generation has a level of interest in it is absolutely crucial. So it's providing the opportunity of the surveys, knowledge transfer during the survey process, and how do we build that capacity into a more sustainable business. That's what we're trying to do to make sure that obviously, we can help along that way, while noting that, again, we're balancing all the various factors, but through that process, we want to make sure it's not binary, like whether it happens or not. It's just, no matter what it happens, we leave a positive legacy.
Yeah, some skilled up young people, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Good luck.
So are you doing that through an Indigenous land use agreement?
So our commitment is to enter into voluntary ALUAs with traditional owners, and yes, it would be. But at this moment, we don't have an ALUA in place yet. We have an MOU, which, again, for us, the principles is around capacity building.
So who's the MOU with? Sorry, Mr. Hope.
The MOU is with one of the Wona families at the moment, and obviously we're working with the Northern Land Council with the remainder of the families.
Okay.
Thanks.
Senator McDonald.
Thanks very much, and thank you for coming to give your evidence today. I want to specifically ask you about what was your start date of the project, roughly, month and year?
Yeah, we're hoping for sort of 2029, 2030 at this stage.
Okay. And when did you start the project? When did Total and is it Erin?
Yeah, at that time was Total Eren, now it's TEH2. We commenced development in sort of late 2021. Yeah.
So I was interested your answers to one of the earlier questions around, so you don't have any intention to manufacture ammonia now?
We're keeping it as an option, but it's definitely very challenging as a vector. So I think that's the reality of it, just because it's not an existing ammonia production facility and site. It has additional health and safety considerations, so it's becoming more and more challenging.
Okay. So you would go straight to hydrogen?
Well, I think, again, the feedstock to ammonia is hydrogen in any case. So the question is whether we keep it as hydrogen, we blend into existing applications, or potentially we take hydrogen and we synthesize it with CO2 to produce a type of, synthetic product. So whether it's synthetic aviation fuel, as an example, so a drop-in fuel, effectively. So that could be a potential. That could be a more viable vector, just because it's there is an existing industry for that here in terms of its end use. So being able to make aviation fuel, and you can store it in existing locations rather than having to build dedicated ammonia tanks, and you need a level of scaling, as an example.
What is your water source?
The water source at the moment is something that we're still investigating. The reality is that Darwin is obviously under a lot of pressure. I believe the government is working on arrows as an example, but our preferred generally in all our projects has historically been to look at recycled water, but it has to be demineralized. So some energy intensive industries do, when they do use water, and their grey water can be further processed to produce hydrogen.
Okay. Have you been a happy recipient of any grants or subsidies from ARENA?
No.
Oh, from any agency?
No. We are fully privately funded. There has been no grants awarded to us.
Okay. So what storage and transmission requirements will the project have then?
The project will require transmission in terms of transmission line, so we need to deliver power from the proposed Whack Whack solar farm, which I mentioned was about 30 kilometres southeast of Darwin. So at the moment we're working with the NT government to explore common use infrastructure for transmission of power to Middle Arm, where our downstream project will be located, as an example.
I'm sorry to ask this far into your presentation. So now you're not intending to make hydrogen, you're intending to make solar energy from solar farms.
Yeah, we're prioritising power first, just
Right.
because it's more competitive and there's a need for it. And the view is to maintain the hydrogen optionality as we scale up. So we're not building the full 2.7 gigs in power today. We're probably going to start with maybe 300, 400 megawatt peak of solar with battery storage and have the remaining capacity to then build more and more. And in a time in the future when the market, and we can demonstrate we've got customers with us, we can deploy the hydrogen vector.
Right. So it's 2.7 gigawatts, was that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Up to 2.7.
Okay, all right. Very good. Now, as far as making this project commercial and ready to move along, what is it that this committee can be, what recommendations have you got as far as coordinated? I'm sorry, I shouldn't put words into your mouth. What recommendations would you have that we should be considering?
I think for us it's been an interesting process in terms of getting the relevant approvals. I think the reality is that the NT has had a lack of development compared to, I guess, other states. That's probably the truth, which means that the environmental planning pathway has yet to be fully mapped out. So it's taken us, let's say, 3 years to do all the surveys to, be able to lodge referrals. But I think having sort of a clearer environmental approvals framework, particularly in the NT, would be very useful. I think that's probably the main one for now, just because of where we are.
I guess we've heard some evidence earlier today about different styles of project ownership structures. I mean, I guess by extension what you're saying is that only projects that are very well funded with very deep pockets are really going to survive our approvals process currently. And if we are keen to see projects with a diversity of ownership structures and Indigenous engagement and all those things, then this approvals process is really going to limit who can get through. Yeah, okay. So, so that was the territory's environmental approval processes. Have you had to go through the federal government approval processes yet?
Yeah, so we've lodged the EPBC referral. It's been referred back, it's been responded back as a controlled action, which, again, we expected, just because it's a large land clearing, that's the reality, and the NT hasn't seen that sort of formal EPBC submission now. There has been much larger land clearing in the EPBC, just that other proponents of other sectors don't have to refer that. So that's the reality, is that it's, we're going through, we are trying to navigate through this process, and there isn't really a precedence for a solar battery approval, actually, through EPBC and sort of through the NT process, aside from another project which had an act specially written for it. So we're again, we're trying to ensure that as a private sector we undertake work diligently. We're trying to avoid leveraging, I guess, some positive policy support as much as we can. So that's one of the challenges we're facing at the moment, is that we've undertaken significant, very, very detailed surveys, far greater than what we've seen the requirement, as an example, in Queensland or in South Australia. But our commitments to do so, but that's given us more confidence in the quality of the project that we have, because it's, we've shrunk and we've mitigated and we've avoided a lot of things.
Okay. I mean, I guess one of the things that this committee's interested in is how we see genuine, sustainable development of Northern Australia, and this concept of, I call it the valley of death of approvals. How many projects survive our own, bureaucratic process is one that's very interesting to me, and no doubt as a committee we'll put a pin in this, in your evidence about, if you've spent 3 years to get to this point, you hope to be going by 2930, which is another 3 years away. How many projects can really take a 6-year time frame? And we don't want to see projects come to Australia and then leave, burning a whole lot of money on consultants and advisors, and then but not get off the ground.
No, absolutely, and it is a challenge. Development, particularly in renewables, has always been a marathon. It's not been a sprint. So generally it's taken, I think, 7 years for renewables to secure approvals in Australia. So I think for us is that in the NT, it's I think time frame wise is largely, it's actually quite similar. It's just that the quality of surveys and the uncertainty of the type of surveys and the prioritization, it's just because it hasn't been mapped out. So we hope that obviously having gone through this process, it provides the opportunity for future proponents to be able to refer to it as a standardized process.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair. That's all the questions I have.
I don't think there's anyone. Do you have any more? All right. Thank you, Mr. Ho, for your evidence today. The committee's agreed, and I think that there was one or two questions on notice, so we'll write to you with that, and you'll get. So any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. But I do thank you for your evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
And now the committee will now suspend for lunch and resume the hearing at 1:30. representative from the Centre of Decommissioning Australia via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you, Dr. Norman. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Absolutely. My full name is Francis George Norman, and I'm appearing today as the Chief Executive Officer, so the CEO for the Centre of Decommissioning Australia.
Might just get that, see if we can just sort of even some of that out because it was a bit, yeah. Okay. Dr. Norman, I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Do you have an opening statement you wish to give?
I do, yes, please. Yes, thank you. So, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but board meetings and conflicts of time meant I have to do this remotely. So really quickly, the Centre of Decommissioning Australia, we were established around 2019-2020 in recognition of the upcoming significant volumes of work, predominantly around the Northern Australia, Western Australia and Victoria, associated with oil and gas decommissioning. We became a wholly independent organisation at the end of 2021 and have since gone on to become the big body for the decommissioning industry for Australia. We operate independently, we work with the operators, we work with governments, we work with the regulators, we work with the supply chain, and we work with the broader sort of research and community as well, with the objectives of ensuring that Australia has a strong, viable, capable and safe decommissioning industry ready to execute as much of this work as possible domestically using local workforce and bringing the material into local facilities. Decommissioning in terms of the what is the safe and timely closure of oil and gas producing facilities and then the removal of infrastructure as required by the regulators. That involves what they call the plugging and abandonment, so the permanent plugging of any wells that are being drilled to produce the hydrocarbons, the removal of subsea equipment, the removal of any surface equipment, so floating structures or structures such as topsides, and often the removal of pipelines as well. And that material then has to be brought ashore, landed safely, and then cleaned up and disposed of in one way or another, with the ideal being that as much of that material as possible gets recycled. Volumetrically around the world, somewhere between 90 and 98% of everything that gets removed gets recycled, and the projects that have been executed in Australia have achieved similar numbers to that. When we look at Northern Australia, and we've done a couple of studies. We did one that looked at ports in the Northern Territory to look at the suitability for the work that could come in there. What we saw for Northern Territory was 3 peaks, one in the next couple of years associated with the Northern Endeavour, one about a decade later, and then one about 2 decades later than that. These peaks get progressively larger, but they represent between 12,000 tonnes for the impending peak and then around about 30,000 tonnes for the second peak, and getting into an even larger figure once we get out to the 2050s and 2060s. For northern Western Australia, what we see is the current use of the ports of Onslow and Ashford to land and then prepare for recycling a lot of flexible and umbilical materials that are coming ashore. So I'll close there and welcome any questions and conversation, please.
Okay.
Let's see if Dr. Norman could get some earphones and a microphone. That might help.
Oh, look, I think we can hear. I think it seems to be coming through. So I'll invite Deputy Chair, see if she's got any questions.
Hello, Dr. Norman. My name's Melissa Price. I'm the federal member for Durack, which is 50% of Western Australia. But from your perspective, like where there's obviously no doubt lots of potential for decommissioning. So you won't be surprised, and places like Onslow in my electorate, all of the Pilbara, the Kimberley, the Midwest. So, you know, I myself have had lots of conversations with what about the opportunities. So I'm interested in what, if any, state governments are actively identifying these decommissioning opportunities. And I really don't know much about the regulation side, and I'm assuming, you know, there's regulation that may not be consistent in terms of the legal requirement to decommission. But are there any states in particular that are really leaning into this, to you know, thinking about the next sort of opportunity to be able to use those assets?
For sure, yes. No, that's actually a really great question. Thank you. The state that was leading, the state that really led the charge in terms of getting engaged with the decommissioning industry was Western Australia. We are based in Perth, and we've had very strong relationships with state government here for quite a long time. But what we've seen with them, it's been embraced into some of the policies for emerging industries here in WA. There is a lot of work that's been going on between the state and the protagonists in terms of both the privately held and the government-owned and operated ports as well, to try to find the best ways possible to enable the ports initially to accommodate as much of this material as it comes in, but then also to work with the broader ecosystem in terms of the local governments, the local populations, and industry itself, to try and find ways to maximise the opportunities for this work. Western Australia would have been the leader in it as much as anything because it was where the work first started. So there has been decommissioning works happening off Western Australia since the beginning of this decade. We've had really good engagement with the Northern Territory government as well, that would go back for probably 3 years now. We worked with them on the development of the study that we released in around about April, I think, last year, that looked at the Northern Territory ports. In the Northern Territory, it's very much looking ahead to see when the opportunity will arrive, as opposed to a pressure because the work is there right now. And that, I think, has been really good, that they're on the front foot in terms of looking at where this could go. Victoria would be the third jurisdiction. I think Victoria probably has been the one that's struggled the most to get up to speed with just what it means in terms of decommissioning. The big piece that they have will be the SO work that's going to be occurring there at the end of next year through into the beginning of the year after, when they'll be bringing some platforms out from the Bass Strait.
Okay. All right, I might leave it there for now.
Senator Norman-Payne.
Hi, Dr. Norman. It's Senator Penny Orman-Payne. Please excuse my ignorance because I'm not entirely familiar with the ins and outs of this industry, and thank you for your comprehensive submission. Just looking at the recommendations from CODA, one of them is to invest in port and industrial infrastructure in Northern Australia that's purpose designed to support the offshore decommissioning work alongside other activities. I'm very interested to know, I guess, a couple of things. One, who actually pays for the decommissioning work? Is it the industries that built those things in the first place? And secondly, what then are the other use cases for that port infrastructure? So if port infrastructure has to be built to facilitate the decommissioning, what other things can those ports be used for, such that that investment goes beyond just the decommissioning work?
Very good. Yes, thank you. I get asked both of those questions a lot, so that's great that you're raising them. The obligation for paying for the decommissioning sits entirely with the producers. So the companies that undertook the work to install and then operate all of these facilities, they carry all of the liability for for the closure and decommissioning to the satisfaction of the regulatory agencies, essentially to the satisfaction of the relevant ministers, that they've done as much work as is required to the quality that is required. So plug and abandonment of wells is mandatory for everywhere, and they need to be plugged so that they'll never ever flow again. There is a degree of flexibility within regulations around how much material must be removed. There can be cases where the regulator can agree for some pieces of equipment to be left in situ at the end of the life of these facilities, simply because the removal would cause more disturbance to the environment than leaving them where they are, and that they would be deemed at those situations to be safe in a long-term exposure situation for the marine environment. The alternate use cases, we looked at this. It depends to a degree on where and what the nature of the material is that's coming in. So if I take a couple of examples, in southern Western Australia, where we looked at ports, the alternate use case for some of these ports could be for the construction, installation, and then ongoing maintenance for offshore wind. Now, that's not a factor that we looked at when we looked at Northern Australian ports, because the wind the wind profile, the wind industry offshore is not a consideration there. Similarly, the other thing that we looked at was the required size for these. For a lot of the decommissioning material, a lot of the material that's going to be removed in decommissioning, it can come in very small cargoes. When most people think about decommissioning, we tend to look at the really big structures that you see being removed in other places in the world, what they call the topsides and the jackets, which can be 10, 20, 30,000 tonnes weight each piece. They require incredibly specialised facilities to bring them in, and then a lot of very specialised facilities as well at the port to do the dismantling, cleaning, recycling and so forth for them. A lot of what we're going to see in Northern Australia, both Onslow, Ashburton, and also in the off the Darwin region, is more what we refer to as the subsea equipment. So there you're looking at sections of pipeline, you're looking at sections of what we call umbilicals, which are a very complex bundle cable with power lines and signalling and so forth inside, and you're looking at relatively small subsea structures. And by that I mean in the hundreds, in the tens to hundreds of tons rather than in the thousands of tons. Consequently, the nature of the port that you would need is much more along the lines of a common user facility type of a port, rather than a bespoke, purpose-built facility just to accommodate this work. And the nice thing with that then is that these ports can be really multi-purpose for all sorts of alternate uses as well. They could be used for fabrication, they could be used for ship maintenance, they could be used for recycling of ships when they reach end of life as well. So the nice thing we've got, I guess, in the Northern Australia part of the decommissioning, the good piece that we have is that the scale of the infrastructure is not as dramatic, if you like, compared to what we would in other parts of the world.
Thank you. Have I got time for another question? Yep. Just another question. Your third recommendation talked about workforce development, and you also talked about facilitating transitions from related industries. Just wondering if you could indicate the industries most relevant where people could work between decommissioning work and other work.
Absolutely, yes. So the majority of the decommissioning work, I guess, would split into two phases. One would be the marine, so it would be the working on the vessels, it would be the skills needed for vessel work, and typically there the transferable skills would be between other maritime industry types, which may well already be support to the oil and gas industry. So rather than people who've spent their career with a supply boat type of thing, then looking for a completely different job, there is a lot of similarity in terms of the skills that they would need there. Once you get into onshore, the majority of the work in the decommissioning space is trade skill based, And you're not looking at large workforces. You're looking typically between 50, 70, 100 people for between 6 months and a couple of years for most of this work. And there, as I say, you're looking largely at the trade skills level. So a lot of machinery operators, sheet metal workers, welders, and similar skills to those, alongside of some skills, some people with environmental science skills, some people with some structural engineering and so forth, just to provide the know-how required to make sure that the work is done safely, and also to make sure that the structures, when there are structures to be removed, any demolition works and so forth is properly considered before it gets executed. So they are skill sets that are broadly available across the workforce that would then the workers themselves would need essentially some bridging knowledge to make sure that they understood the unique nature of the work and the risks that they would be exposed to moving into decommissioning work, as opposed to maybe construction work or maintenance work that they may have been doing previously.
Thank you. Just one final question. I note recommendation 4 talks about collaborative partnerships, and it strikes me that one body that the work that you're talking about is particularly relevant to is the Net Zero Economy Authority, if we're talking about workers potentially transitioning out of one part of the energy sector into another. Has your organisation had any talks or engaged at all with the Net Zero Economy Authority?
I think we've had one conversation with them a little while ago now. But absolutely, they would be a very good organisation to be involved with these conversations. I often describe what we do as one of the early dirty steps towards a net zero transition, that we're closing and removing this infrastructure. We're preparing materials for recycling. And we get a very good reception with any of those organisations. But yes, thank you very much for that. I'll actually make a note and reach out to them for a follow-up discussion.
Thank you. I'll hand back to the Chair.
Luke?
Yeah, g'day, Dr. Norman. It's Luke Gosling here. I'm the federal MP for Darwin and Palmerston. And when I think about decommissioning, unfortunately, I mostly think of a missed opportunity, and that was the Northern Endeavour and the opportunity it presented to be decommissioned in Northern Australia rather than, I think, being towed back to Denmark or something?
Correct, yes.
Can you just talk us through what happened there to illustrate sort of what we would need to do? And some of that would obviously be your recommendations, but was there anywhere in Northern Australia that was competitive to do that decommissioning work?
My personal opinion would be that there was nowhere in Australia that was ready to undertake that work. Decommissioning of a 25, 30-year-old floating production storage vessel like the Northern Endeavour is an incredibly specialised and very high risk, from an environmental perspective, very high risk undertaking. That one would have been potentially almost a one-off in Australia, and the challenges of establishing a port ready to accommodate it, then making sure that the work was done properly, safely, both safely from a worker safety and also from an environmental safety, would have been an absolutely monstrous challenge for the industry to undertake, and for government to undertake as well, given it's government that is managing all of that work. The facility that it's gone to in Denmark specialises in recycling of those particular types of facilities. So it's probably gone to one of the best places in the world that it could have gone to. When I look across the broader decommissioning industry, actually, no, if I stick with the Northern Endeavour in terms of just what the rest of the work programme looks like there will shortly be a contract awarded, I expect, for the plug and abandonment of the wells. That will happen in field, obviously, because that's where the wells are. That work will be supported out of Darwin. All the supply vessels, the crewing and everything else will travel through Darwin for that. Then when you get into what they refer to as phase 3, which is the removal of all of the subsea infrastructure, there'll be, I think, around about 12,000 tonnes of material removed from the seabed, anchor chain, flexibles, umbilical cables, subsea jumpers and so forth. All of that material will also almost certainly, my expectation, and I have no particular insights into where the contract would look like for this, but my expectation there would be that the great majority of that material will also come into the Port of Darwin for processing and disposal. And that is work which is we know how to do, and we're skilled up to do across the industry here. The small number of those large floating facilities that we have in Australia, the large time gap between when each one of those is going to come to reach its end of life, and then also that some of them may actually end up getting sold on and reused somewhere else in the world, would make the investment in establishing a facility specifically to take those on. The return on that expenditure, I personally, I would really struggle to see a way that would make sense.
Yeah, thank you. Have there been any discussions with the NT government around potential use of middle arm for decommissioning activities? Because there's been talk over time about some multi-user infrastructure there.
There certainly has. Yes, we have had an ongoing dialogue with the NT government, with the Department. I'm looking at the report here. It used to be the Department of Logistics and Infrastructure. I can't recall what its new name is now, but we've had an ongoing dialogue with them now for probably three and a half years. Yeah, we've had a really good, really open and positive dialogue with them. Also with the Energy Club Northern Territory, we came up to the NT to launch the Northern Territory study when we did it. And I spent quite a bit of time recently, back in March. There was a delegation from the Northern Territory industries that came to the Energy Exchange Australia conference in Perth. I spent a couple of hours with them going through what all of this would look like, what the opportunities would look like. There is a huge amount of interest and an enormous amount of potential there as well. I genuinely think that this work can and should, from the Northern Endeavour particularly, can and should be done through the Port of Darwin, and Middle Arm and the existing facilities there are very well equipped to accommodate that work.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if you heard that, but I think it's the Department of Infrastructure and Logistics it's called now, DIL.
Right. Thank you.
Now, just in terms of workforce and sort of skills mapping, I mean, like most of Northern Australia, we have workforce deficits when you consider the amount of projects that coming online in the next decade. But I was just wondering if you could just outline, what the main sort of skill sets are, and whether you've mapped sort of the vocational education and training, whether it be CDU or elsewhere across the north. Obviously, then if we have to look further for workforce, how would that skill gap be filled, do you think?
Yep.
How best would it be filled, sorry?
How best would it be filled? I think, as I mentioned to one of your colleagues in an earlier question, the broad skill pool that's required for this work is probably Cert 3, Cert 4 qualified tradespeople, crane operators, machinery operators, welders, sheet metal workers, boiler makers and so forth, along with a few people to manage the quayside, manage the wharf movements. The base skills that most people working in those trades and those vocations will have would probably give them 95% of all of the skills that they would need to work on a decommissioning project. There would then be about a 5% bridging skills need for them to be aware of what the safety and health exposure risks would be associated with just working in that decommissioning environment. Some of the contaminants that come in with the materials and so forth, they'd need just to be fully aware of what they would be exposed to. Workforce numbers wise, for the sort of work we'd be talking about from the Northern Endeavour, you would be looking at, my guess would be somewhere between 40 and 60 people. Broadly brought across from those skills, and the majority of those I would hope would be recruitable from the local workforce, from the local pool of personnel. One of the nice, interesting things in the decommissioning space is that the companies that do the work are very aware that one of the big drivers is cost. And one of the best ways to contain cost is to hire from the local workforce rather than rely on fly in, fly out. It's not driven by schedule quite as much as the new build projects that we're more used to across most of the resources sector. So they can flatten out the peakiness from the pressures to get the work done by working a more standard sort of 7 till 4 or whatever, 5 days a week work week. Yeah. And if it takes another week, it takes another 2 weeks, that's fine. It's just a different employment dynamic for the personnel that are there. We've had conversations with a number of different training organisations and universities and the vet sector. We've spoken quite a bit with a couple of the new, and I've forgotten the names of the organisations, but the new federal initiatives around coordinating the various vocational skills groups. We've had several conversations with a number of those around how best to integrate decommissioning broadly into the curricula and what it would need. And everybody seems to be in agreement that it's a relatively small bridging piece from an educational and training perspective for the workforce.
Yeah, I imagine there's just hazardous materials, training and
Yep.
PPE would be specific to certain platforms or what have you. But can I finally just throw, because I think examples help. If this Bayu-Undan piece of decommissioning work, for example, came to Darwin, I don't know how many people you would need, but if you were to talk to ICN here in the Northern Territory Industry Capability Network, would there be enough locals to do that work?
I believe so, yes. Yes, the only gaps may be around some really super specialist skills that may be just available in different parts of the country, but that might be 1 or 2 people who may be required only on a short term, maybe a couple of weeks at setup, or maybe support the project at a distance. My expectation would be that the local workforce in a city the size of Darwin, the local workforce should be well and truly of a scale to be able to support that work. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Norman.
Thank you.
Is there any other members of the committee? You're right. No. Dr. Norman, look, thank you for your evidence today, and the committee has agreed that any responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. Thank you very much for your time in providing the opportunity to talk through with the committee. So thank you.
And thank you very much, everybody. These conversations I always find so useful for myself as well. The questions make me think differently, and it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you all. So any follow-up questions that you've got, please do feel free to reach out. We're here to help.
Oh, we might take you up on your offer with that.
Oh, please.
No
Absolutely, please do. I'm serious. Yeah, please do. At any point in time. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Norman. Next time we might see you in person.
Yeah, I'd love to. I love getting up to Darwin. I honestly do. I was just stuck in a board meeting all morning, so yeah, can't be in two places at once.
Well, thank you for taking the time to certainly talk to committee members about an important issue across Northern Australia. So thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thanks now. Bye-bye.
The committee will now suspend for a short break and we'll resume at 2:30, but we might, I think, Dr. Clee, and then I think do you know if Miss Long is going to be here at the same time? Is she? Welcome a representative from the Australian Institute of Marine Science in person. And I'll just hold that one, Bachelor Institute, when Miss Long turns up. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yep, Dr. Claire Stretton. I'm the Research Program Director for the Sustainable Coastal Ecosystems and Industries at the Australian Institute of Marine Science.
I now invite you, Dr. Stretton, to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. So I'd like to start by acknowledging the Larrakia people as the traditional custodians of the country on which we meet, and I pay my respects to elders past, present, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. AIMS recognises Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as Australia's first scientists and their enduring leadership in caring for country. AIMS is Australia's tropical marine research agency operating in Northern Australia. We have facilities in Townsville, Perth and Darwin. We have 2 large research vessels and the National Sea Simulator, a world-leading research aquaria in Townsville. AIMS welcomes this inquiry and its focus on emerging industries in Northern Australia, guided by our Strategy 2040 vision of thriving oceans through trusted science and innovation. We see the region as uniquely positioned at the intersection of relatively undisturbed, globally significant tropical marine ecosystems and emerging marine industries. Our submission highlights 3 primary priorities. First, the scientific knowledge required to reduce the uncertainty, support investor confidence and underpin the development of emerging industries that are economically viable and environmentally responsible. This includes science to guide marine spatial planning, impact assessments, decommissioning and long-term monitoring. Secondly, we need strategic support for innovation and infrastructure, including improved marine access, digital ocean capabilities and observing systems, is needed to reduce the early stage barriers to investment in emerging marine industries. Investment in innovative research, including AI-enabled monitoring, is also essential to address the logistical challenges of delivering large-scale monitoring programs in remote Northern Australia. Together, these capabilities will equip decision makers with robust, evidence-based science. And thirdly, a reoccurring theme, a skilled workforce is needed to support emerging industries. AIMS is helping build this capability through long-term partnerships with the Northern Australian universities, JCU and CDU, and a commitment to supporting the development of a First Nations-led workforce in remote communities. AIMS looks forward to supporting policy settings that unlock emerging industries while safeguarding Northern Australia's marine environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Chair has just stepped out for a minute, so I will take over the show. So thanks, Claire. Thanks for coming along today and giving us your time. So appreciating the focus of your submission and what you've just said there is about the importance of science, to looking at what the emerging industries are going to be, accepting all of that. Can you give us some idea of what sort of research projects are you coming across which sort of fit this bill about being in a, well, maybe a simple, like the blue economy, for example. What are the new ideas that are coming out about, well, if we use the carbon?
So I guess in the blue economy, the new area that people are thinking about, which was in Ames's submission, was around offshore renewable energy and how you can co-locate activities together. So if you put in an offshore wind farm, can you design it in a way that improves fish populations in ecology? So I guess that's the blue economy type.
Yeah, because at the moment there's a lot of, I guess, not disagreement, but in some instances globally where there is the offshore wind farms, that hasn't always been the case. And so there's been a lot of criticism of offshore wind farms because of their impacting of the marine life.
I can't really answer that question. It's not my area of expertise. In Australia, we're still assessing the risk associated with offshore renewable energy. So at this point in time, we don't know. We have to do that work.
Okay. So any other great ideas, any other research programs you're coming across, regarding the blue economy?
In Northern Australia, not so far,
yeah.
not in the marine estate.
Yeah.
I think it's more focused on developing the technologies to explore the marine estate up here in the remote environments. So that's, putting drones in the water, unmanned vehicles, to learn what's up here and what's out there, because it's highly unexplored.
Okay, that'll do for now. Thanks, Claire.
Sorry, and thank you, Deputy Chair, for chairing.
Pleasure.
So I could go to either senators, but Senator Orman-Payne.
Okay, thank you, and hi, Dr. Stretton. Thanks very much for appearing before the committee today. Noting in your submission, you talk about the fact that marine science needs to be embedded in offshore resources decommissioning activities and supported through targeted funding. I guess I'm interested to know, is that currently the case? Is there scope for improvement, and what kind of resourcing is needed to make that happen properly?
So there is research going into decommissioning. It was interesting talking to the previous person in that space. AIMS has been working with ESO around decommissioning activities and conducting research. There's still a lot that needs to be done to understand to get the evidence base to support one option or the other. And I would say it needs significant investment to understand the right options.
And where is AIMS looking to get that investment from? Should it be coming from the producers who are needing to then engage in that work, or government funding, or a combination of both?
A combination of both. That would be the preferred approach.
Okay. You talk about upskilling local First Nations people and promoting and elevating Indigenous leadership. In particular, in your submission, you talk about the need to expand the Northern Australian Marine Monitoring Alliance Indigenous workforce, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what the current size of that workforce is and what AIMS envisages the capacity is for expansion in relation to that.
I'd have to take the question on notice about how many people are involved in the North Australian Marine Monitoring Alliance, which is NAMA for short. It does work with 3 groups, so the group in the Kimberley, the Bardi-Jawi, and in the Lakya on group, I've said that terribly, and then in the Torres Strait. They're the 3 groups that we work with as a demonstration. We're also working with the Thamara Rangers in Wadea and Jelk Rangers in Managrita. So they're the locations it's currently operating at. Sorry, what was the...
So are they trials, did you say?
Yes, they are trials, because it's funded by AIMS appropriation budget, some of it, and the other part is funded by Parks Australia contribution to build capacity to monitor in the marine parks up here as well. So that's what we can scale at the moment. We would like for it to increase across the north, because it's an untapped resource. Like, these people live in these communities, they want to know what's happening in their sea country. AIMS is just going in and demonstrating the western monitoring methods that we use, so they can survey fish populations or benthic communities in those areas and understand how things are changing in their own sea country.
And what's the time period for those trials? Are they all running concurrently? Have some started before others?
Some started before others. Some have been running, I think, for 5 years. And the Torres Strait is an emerging partnership that AIMS has formed. So, and we would like to continue them forever.
Okay, so would you say you've reached the point now where effectively the trials are done?
Yep.
And what you're really looking for now is investment into a program that's proven itself and really should continue?
Yes, because the communities want to stay involved and they want to continue the partnership. So AIMS would like to continue to look for funding for that, to support them.
Just in terms of the Ranger program and the Indigenous Protected Area expansion, your submission talks about establishing more Indigenous protected areas over sea country and extending Indigenous Ranger programs to include marine biosecurity, marine restoration programs, carbon monitoring and decommissioning activities, as we spoke about before. It also talks about the need for adequate resourcing. Is there currently a resourcing gap in relation to that area of work?
There's always a gap. There's always more you could do. So that, I think that's the Rangers are funded to do a certain amount of activities, but they would like to increase their scope. So additional funding is required to increase that scope of what they can cover currently.
Okay, so if we were looking at employment and industry opportunities, it would seem that this is a really great place where there are runs on the board, things are working, and more government investment would lead to more good outcomes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think I had one more question.
Can I just ask, Dr. Stretton, like I know with the Bardi Joey people up there in the peninsula, it's so fantastic.
I've never been there, sadly.
Oh, well, you've got to go up there. Signet Bay is such a beautiful place. It is paradise. And buy a pearl while you're there. So the Bardi Joey group, they are the Ranger group?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so a lot of the work that's being done is actually already being done by the Ranger groups.
Yes.
So what you'd like is more Rangers. And I was the Environment Minister that expanded the Ranger group, so I have particular interest in the Ranger groups, so I'm very happy about that.
Yep.
But your proposition is more Ranger groups doing more of this work and more funding to help the existing Ranger groups. I just want to understand.
Yes, it is. To increase their capacity to monitor new things like biosecurity and, maybe threatened species and things like that. So to increase the capacity of the ones that are already in the program, but then others as well.
Yeah. I would agree with you 100% because what we see with a lot of, whether they're on the sea or further inland, thousands of kilometres inland, is this opportunity to upskill people who are included in the Ranger program, and what you're talking about, looks like a great opportunity to give people another opportunity.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
I'll pass the Senator McDonald.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Stretton, thank you for coming today and for your expertise. I wanted to ask you about decommissioning of whether it be turbines or gas infrastructure. And you mentioned about the possibility for more blue tourism, which I think is, blue economy, which I think is tourism, ocean tourism and whatnot. And I'm really interested in that because once something's become established in the environment, it becomes a bit of a habitat for fish and coral and all that sort of thing. Is there a pathway for us to better, when we think about decommissioning, instead of thinking about removing everything in entirety, that like the coral reefs, the artificial coral reefs that we manufacture, that we better utilise existing infrastructure for new habitats?
So that's exactly the type of research that AIMS is currently doing in the decommissioning space, is looking at the habitat that has been formed on those structures over a long period of time and the fish that they support. So that would be one of the areas that we think there needs to be further research to understand the ecological value that those structures that have been in for such a long time have for the local ecosystem. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems, my observation is that it must be a particularly harsh thing to do for animals that have set up shop or set up homes on something, and then you say, oh, good news, we're removing it, and they go. Okay, that's terrific. And you're doing that research on existing facilities, I take it. I mean, I'm a big fan of AIMS, given I'm based in Townsville and I see the work and the research that happens there. Are you also... I'm always interested because research dollars in Australia are hard to come by, and I think that AIMS has done a great job of utilising private money as well as public money, but that's not always, you're not always recognised for being able to do that. Just trying to frame this up. I mean, how are you being funded for this research? Is it private money, and can we celebrate that?
Decommissioning research?
Yes.
It's funded by industry.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay, isn't it? I don't know. I'm always amazed when there's some sort of criticism that, you know, we'd want to use science dollars, whoever pays for it, that, you know, some science dollars are good and some science dollars are bad. I don't know. So
we need to know what's happening. So I guess if someone's going to fund it,
yes,
we need to answer the questions.
Yes, yes. Well, that was my observation when I've been out to AIMS, that that the research project doesn't seem to care where the dollars come from. It's just so long as the research is being carried out. Yeah, it truly is a great... we haven't been there as a committee to AIMS, have we, Chair? No, we should go and visit. Because
need to go see the sea simulator.
Yeah, yeah, the research that you're doing there is fantastic. I've just lost my train of thought, Chair, so do you want to rotate that?
So where's that simulator?
Townsville. It's the main headquarters, so most of AIMS
so it's in
staff are based
Townsville.
in
Now you've
Townsville.
got a... So it's in Townsville.
Well, it is, and it's brilliant. It's one of the few world-leading things that we do in Australia.
We love hosting visitors, so everyone's welcome to come visit.
We might do that. We'll come to her part of the world. She's coming to mine, so I'll have
That's
to.
right.
I'll have to go there. Are there any other questions? Member for Solomon, come on.
So Barty Joey, that's a ranger group in the Kimberley, is
Yes,
it?
it is.
Whereabouts?
North of
North of
Peninsula.
local member, she can tell.
One Arm Point, north of that.
No, not quite.
Right, somewhere between Broome and
Yeah.
north of Broome.
Finger Bay is sort of the...
Yep. And Groot, so is that with the Andiliaqua
Yeah.
Rangers? And then Torres Strait, whereabouts is that?
I'd have to check.
Yeah. And you're doing some work with Maningrida and Wadair.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it just so happens that our committee's going to Torres Strait soon. I was just wondering, workforce development, leadership in the marine industries wise, does AIMS provide any training or?
We do. To the ranger groups we provide, it's marine monitoring training is what we provide. And hopefully through upskilling people, they'll be able to take a leadership role in marine monitoring in their community or with industry if they come into the community.
Yeah, but so, and what does that mean for us here in the territory is where you're in old Nauru?
Yep, still in Nauru, yep.
Yeah, you're still at Nauru. But so is training being provided to...
Not in Darwin, we actually travel to the communities and it's hands-on. So for the ranger training, we go to the ranger station, we train them for a day and then we go out in the boat for 3 or 4 days and we actually collect data on country so that they can use the data that we collect. And we've been running that with the Murray Rangers at Wadair for 5 years now, that we go out there each year and we run the training on how to survey benthic communities, coral and sponges and seagrass, and also fish populations because everybody likes fishing in the territory, so we do fish surveys as well with the groups. And we repeat that every year, trying to upskill the rangers over an extended period of time.
And is that because the Larrakia Rangers here have already get that training from somewhere else, or?
They have done that training in the past. We're just limited by AIMS staff capacity in Darwin. There's only a small group here.
Right.
So we worked with the other groups because we're introduced by industry partners to those range of groups. They'd identified that they wanted to work with us, so that's why we partnered with them, not with Larrakia.
Right. And we're going to find out more about it out in the Tiwis, but aquaculture is a significant, potential emerging industry that enables people to, take best use of sea country for economic development. For that to be done in an environmentally sustainable way is obviously in everyone's interest. So is that sort of part of AIM's role to be teaching, whether it be, was it prawns? Is it back in the news again? But there's oysters project.
There's the black lip oyster that Darwin Aquaculture Centre run, out of the Tiwis and quite a few communities.
I think Warrawee Community
Yeah,
Garden.
they do.
Yeah.
So
It's a long way around about saying, so who's doing the workforce sort of training for those projects? Is that AIMS or is that done in another way?
so we're not, for the black lip oyster, Darwin Aquaculture Centre takes lead on that, so AIMS isn't involved in that venture. We can support in different ways. We have oceanographic capability, which means we can deploy temperature loggers, current measures and things like that, and that's the type of capability we would bring to those aquaculture ventures at this point in time. We actually put in a temperature logger at Wat Air next to the oyster lease, so they could have a look at the temperature. So and we train the rangers to deploy the temperature loggers. So it's not actually the animal component of the aquaculture necessarily. AIMS can support in other ways to understand, if they lose the oysters, is it because there's a temperature spike or something like that has happened in the environment?
Yes.
But we do AIMS from taking away the NT lens, based in the NT, but in Queensland there's the Coral Restoration Program, the RRAP program, and that's a form of aquaculture. People don't recognise it is, but that's coral aquaculture conservation. So that's an emerging area of aquaculture where AIMS is working with traditional owner and ranger groups in Queensland for them to do the restoration of reef areas. That hasn't been looked at in the NT, but that is where we're active in aquaculture.
Because, when it comes to the blue economy and to the Pacific family, I know that we do a lot of work with countries in the Pacific. Have we extended that into Timor-Leste? Because obviously they're quite close to us, and I don't know whether there's any current programs we can leverage, but I've recently visited there, and developing their blue economy is very important to the Timor-Leste government. Are we doing anything with them, or is it just CDU working with them?
Just CDU at this point in time, but AIMS is happy to work with Timor-Leste as well. We just don't have the partnerships at this point in time.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mutual benefit for both us in Northern Australia and them in us working together, because,
So just park your questions for a minute in terms of jobs and in that, because I might use this opportunity to invite Renee Long, the CEO of Bachelor Institute. So training jobs, maybe that could be something that we could talk to Miss Long about. But Ms. Stretton, I was just going to, before I do invite Renee up, I was just going to, because with drone technology and the work that's done, is AIMS doing any of that type of work and investigation with those ranger groups, both in the Jelk Rangers in Maningrida, Wat Air? You've got the rangers, both male and female out there, and they're using drone technology more and more. particularly in terms of the protection of those reefs out there. Is that something AIMS does, or is that more CSIRO and other institutions that are working with it?
AIMS has capability in that space, and the AIMS at CDU Alliance has just funded a project to actually develop drone methods for the ranger groups to survey coral reefs and seagrass. So that's a project that's underway, so we can roll it out.
So, and you were talking about biosecurity. So in terms of the ghost nets and issues with ghost nets, has AIMS done any work? None?
No, we don't.
Okay. Is there any other questions, members?
Can I just ask a data question, please? On your submission, there's a statement that there's been a 19% growth in like-for-like terms compared with 2 years ago, supporting a 52% increase in full-time equivalent jobs to 712,000 jobs. That sounds like a lot of jobs. What was that based on, that data, do you know?
That's a statement out of the Marine Index, the AIMS Marine Index. So I'd have to take that question on notice.
Would you mind? Yeah, I'd be really fascinated because that is a fantastic number. I assume it's Australia-wide.
Yes, it will be.
I assume it's onshore and offshore.
No, it'll just for the blue economy, both components. So it will be the onshore jobs that support the blue economy as well as the offshore jobs.
Sorry, that's what I meant to say, yes, onshore and offshore. If you wouldn't mind just taking that on notice, what that breakup of jobs were, by what sector and perhaps by what region. We, of course, are more interested in the Northern Australian ones, but it would be good to understand where that number comes from.
I'm happy to send a copy of the AIMS Marine Index to you because it's in there as well.
So that may not have that information in it. Okay, well then I'll just have to dig a bit further because I just out of interest, there was a document done a few years ago that modelled the amount of jobs that were relative to the Great Barrier Reef. But because I'm a nerd in these things, I went back and looked for the source data, and they'd used all the flights going into anywhere within the Great Barrier Reef catchment, which also included Moranbah, Dice, all the coal mining towns. And so they were included as supporting the Great Barrier Reef jobs, and I thought, oh, that's possibly, not entirely accurate exactly. So I'm just interested where numbers come from. Thank you.
If we've got no further questions, I thank you, Dr. Streeton, for your evidence today. And the committee's agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard record. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And I now will invite Ms. Renee Long and Professor Curtis Roman. Curtis is the Dean of Higher Education and Research Division at Batchelor Institute, and Ms. Renee Long, Institute CEO and Council Member. So welcome to you both. Welcome, Professor Curtis and Ms. Long.
Thank you, Chair.
So I invite you to make, so for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Renee Long, Chief Executive Officer, Batchelor Institute of Indigenous Tertiary Education.
Curtis Roger Roman, Dean, Higher Education and Research Division, Batchelor Institute.
Thank you. I now invite you, either of you, to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today, Chair and committee members. We wanted to come along today to talk about the work that we're currently doing at Batchelor Institute and how it could support the emerging industries that's coming and also the existing industries that exist, particularly in the North, but particularly in the Northern Territory. Batchelor Institute is in its 52nd year this year, and the majority of our delivery has been in the vocational education and training space for the last decade. We are looking at expanding into the higher education space, which we were in previously. So at that point, I might just stop here and invite my colleague, Professor Roman, to talk a little bit about what's happening in a higher education space, and then I can talk a little later about our vocational education training collaborations.
Sure. Look, we've got some really exciting plans to roll out in semester 127. We've got 3 new graduate certificates coming on. We are currently negotiating with TEXA to recommence undergraduate degree offerings, but we can teach graduate certificates and graduate diplomas. We currently have, I think, 17 PhD students enrolled with us and 3 Masters by Research students. The plans around the graduate certificate are 3 new graduate certificates. One of them is going to be a graduate certificate in Indigenous workforce development. Another one is going to be a graduate certificate in Indigenous and cross-cultural leadership. Another one is going to be a graduate certificate in Indigenous research practice. We are intentionally doing graduate certificates because we think the cohort of students that we want to target probably don't want to do 4-year degrees or 8-year part-time degrees. So doing graduate certificates allows public servants from all over Australia, people employed in Indigenous organisations, community organisations, the Defence Force, mining industries, the financial sector, national sporting bodies, to enrol in a grad cert and do 2 units each over 2 semesters and finish that quickly in terms of where they want to be. It's going to provide, these courses are going to be different in terms of content, obviously, but what they're going to do is get people better prepared to get better outcomes for Indigenous people all over Australia, including the North. We're going to open these programs up, some of them, to students from all backgrounds, because then we're able to get better outcomes for the Indigenous community. These courses are going to be all online, so they're accessible for students to do from all over Australia. And we want to target students who are in full-time employment, who either have an undergraduate degree or relevant employment history.
Thank you, Ms. Long and Mr. Roman. I'll to the Deputy Chair for any questions.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here today. So if I understand it correctly, Bachelor Institute's pretty new. Is that what I've heard from you?
52.
52. I thought you said the second year. I thought, oh, I've missed something there. 50, okay. So up until recently, it was all a focus on vocational training, and now you're moving and appreciating the 3 Masters and the 17 PhDs, but not necessarily the tertiary side of things that you're talking about, the graduate certificates. Have I got that right? So this is relatively new territory for you?
Prior to 2010, the Institute did deliver undergraduate programs, but in the last decade we've been doing VET, and so the vocational education programs and the postgraduate level courses. We haven't had that middle piece with the undergraduate programs.
Okay, so what's driven you to now dip your toe back into the middle part, if we can call it that?
We want to go back to offering the full range of education options to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we've there were some things that we had to clean up within the Institute around our governance and things. So we've done a lot of work on that in the last 4 years, and we're in a really good position now. And we want to test our ability to go back to undergraduate, and we've started by looking at an enabling program just to kick off later this year. And then, so then any Aboriginal person could come to the Institute, start off doing a Certificate 1 level course and study all the way through to PhD level if they wanted to do that. And with the harmonisation between vocational education and higher education, we want to be able to do that within our Institute, and we can see some pathways there for doing that. But it's going to be a work in progress bringing back the undergraduate degrees. We need to have progressed slowly with the funding. And because we can deliver postgraduate courses now, we're starting with the enabling program, but using the postgraduate course delivery as a way to build our funding base to bring back the other courses as well. Because we're going to need people to develop and design the undergraduate courses, which means an investment before we can start seeing some fees coming in. And the postgraduate short courses, graduate certificate level, gives us an avenue for the additional revenue to come in to do that.
So will you get like Commonwealth supported places?
We are applying for those, yes.
You're applying, and you can get. I'm only asking because I am very interested in this space, and the Pilbara Kimberley University Centre, which is just across the border, in my electorate, and I happen to be a founding member of that organisation, which has received significant funding from the federal government. And long may that continue. So I'm always interested in, and we've got a variety of, bridging courses and tertiary. We don't have the post tertiary, and it's always because it's a different model, obviously, to you being a standalone institute, and we have a variety of universities providing the course. But it's always a great celebration when we know someone's bringing a course to us that's actually supported by the federal government. Yeah.
So we have discussed having limited Commonwealth supported places, which will be quarantined for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. But some of the industries that Professor Roman spoke about, like the public sector, we expect that those would be full fee paying students for those courses.
And you've focused, and I understand why, certainly in the Northern Territory, on Indigenous students, but you're open to non-Indigenous students coming to your organisation?
We have had Indigenous students study with us, mostly in the vet area, vocational education, and it's because if students come to us through industry, particularly if they want us to train a whole cohort with a particular provider, we are not going to say to the employer, we'll only take your Aboriginal students and you need to find someone else to train your other staff. We generally take the whole cohort, and we have had people question that about us because we are an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander tertiary education institute.
Okay.
But if they come to us through industry, we will take them, which will be the same for our graduate certificate programs. But with the PhD and master's programs, I think there is an actual approval process for them to study with us if they're not an Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander person. And that needs to be given by our council.
Okay. And final question, and only because I'm interested in this particular area of just people studying in a place where they ordinarily wouldn't think to study. One of the things that I'm very focused on is Indigenous midwifery. So I think this is a great need across the whole of the north, in all, not just the north, but the whole of Australia. And I just wondered whether that was something that came on your radar. I mean, doing any form of nursing is difficult because we do run nursing courses in the Pilbara and the Kimberley. But I'm hearing this more and more, this need for us to have Indigenous midwives. So I'm just interested whether you've been hearing that as well.
Not specifically midwifery. What we've been talking about for our first undergraduate programs is to have a course that can flow on from the Aboriginal health practitioner courses that we offer in our vocational education area. And that is to have one in Indigenous health practices and then specialising in Indigenous mental health. But there's no reason why we could not explore further courses. It mostly comes down to availability of trainers. Because there's a shortage of trainers pretty much across the country. But yeah, if we could get someone to work with us to deliver that, then that's certainly something we would consider.
Okay, well, let me know if you can solve that problem. Okay, thanks very much.
Senator McDonald.
Would you come back to me, please, Chair?
Mr. Gosling.
Yeah, thanks. I did a little bit of time before politics in Aboriginal health, in particular, getting doctors and nurses and allied health professionals out to mainly RCHOs, and the Aboriginal. Their feedback was that the Aboriginal health practitioners were always priceless. They made a big difference in the clinics, and I was just wondering how we're going training up Aboriginal health practitioners these days.
Yeah, we continue to deliver the Aboriginal Health Practitioner program. There has been a reduction in the number of people taking up that training. So when we were awarded the Centre of Health Excellence program last year, we did one of the first things we did was commission a report to find out why the number of Aboriginal health practitioners was reducing. And there are several contributing factors. Some of those were to do with, some of the minor things were to do with the institute and people not being happy with their stays on our campus, which are things that we can easily fix. The more challenging issues that came out through the report was the lack of support on the job and training once they had left the campus and gone back to their workplace. Also the challenge of balancing their professional lives with their personal lives in the community. There's a lot of obligations and pressure put on the individuals in those roles. So in working with the Centre of Excellence, we are trying to find ways in which we can support students that are currently doing the Aboriginal Health Practitioner program and support those pathways for that training as well. We're also working with industry to identify how we, through the Centre of Excellence, how we can also continue to support them as employers and support the students on the job when they return back to their employers.
Do you think the Aboriginal health worker position is going to survive?
I hope so.
So,
I think we still have a lot of interest. There is still a lot. It's still one of our highest courses in the vocational education area, so there still is a lot of interest. It's I guess the wraparound support once people are on the job that needs to be given greater consideration.
Okay. Just in terms of vet, we've had some evidence this morning from different emerging industries, whether it be renewables or decommissioning or blue economy, just around the need to, I've been stressing the need to have pathways, vet pathways, and Bachelor can't do everything, but just for the committee's understanding, like, what vet do you do that's different to what CDU does? And can you just give us a couple more examples of the vet courses that you're currently providing?
So we deliver a lot of vocational education training. Aboriginal Health Practitioner is one of the biggest programs.
Yeah.
We also have some students doing education, the remote area teacher education course. We do early childhood, business courses, screen and media is very popular. We do the ranger programs, and we also do construction as well as art. And so some of those will be very similar to what CDU deliver. The majority of our delivery is in regional and remote areas where all our students are located. We have cohorts come onto campus here in Darwin and small groups to Alice Springs to attend training. But we also do what we call reverse blocks, where our trainers go out to community and deliver training in community for people so that they don't need to leave their families to come to town.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's one of the differing points between us and the CDU, but it is something that we do on a regular basis.
Is there anything electrical, or is that all that sort of hands-on trade training that's more CDU?
More CDU. Yeah. We don't do any apprenticeship training at our institute.
Yeah. And I don't know whether I misheard, was it 17 PhD candidates?
Yes.
Yeah, 17 PhD research candidates and 3 Masters by Research.
3 Masters.
So that's a significant contribution in terms of developing Indigenous researchers and academics, and also getting them to understand that researchers and knowledge systems are a part of their own cultures, and empowering those guys to see research through their own cultural lens, which includes the way you engage research participants, the way you gain access to communities, gendered research, how you write up research, including making sure that the Indigenous voice is very strong in that research.
Yeah, cool, thanks. And sorry, finally, can you just talk us through how, like, one of those new grad certificates works in practice?
Sure. Sure. So it's going to be online delivery. As I said, we want to target people who are already employed on a full-time basis.
Yep.
And what we'll be doing is equipping those students to have new knowledge and skills that they're able to apply in their own sectors, that allow them to develop, that make their sectors and industries more productive when it comes to cross-cultural employment, research, getting people to understand this concept of leadership, how it's different to management, how to go about getting people in a cross-cultural sense to lead and to also get them to follow, how to get people to understand that when they are in leadership roles, there's responsibilities that they take towards their employer, and giving them a firm understanding of that. It just depends on the course. The graduate certificate in Indigenous workforce development is really aimed at sectors and industries knowing how to become an employer of choice for Indigenous people, understanding why things such as equal employment opportunity and special measures exist today, and how they can recruit Indigenous employees and how they can retain them. And all of that information is really needed to be employers of choice, and also to provide a culture, if you like, of cultural safety.
Yeah. No, that's really encouraging to hear, because that's exactly what we need. And that's one of those grad certificates. Yeah, excellent. Thanks very much.
So is that, Professor Ryman, can I just, so with that, is that from within the Northern Territory Government, or is this open across both governments?
So it's open to, it's open to anyone.
Okay.
We're really trying to promote the course to the public sector all over Australia, to Indigenous organisations, community organisations, all large employers, and it's really important in that context to make sure that non-Indigenous people can also enrol to maximise the benefits.
No, that's good. So out of the 17 PhD students that you have at the moment, what percentage out of that 17 are from across Northern Australia, or can I ask how many from the Northern Territory, if I should put my Northern Territory hat on, versus Western Australia or Queensland? But how many of those 17 come from the Northern Territory? That's one thing. And the second part, how many, and Renee, maybe this could be a question taken on notice, how many, you talked about doing some of the delivery in remote communities, how many Aboriginal people from remote communities are participating in, whether it's VET or other courses to do with Bachelor Institute, whether it's Bachelor here or PRAC or Alice Springs? But I'll go to Professor Roman first. In terms of the 17 PhD students, where are they from, and have we got any from the Northern Territory in that cohort?
They're from all over Australia, probably very few, if any, from the Northern Territory.
Why is that?
It's just because those students wanted to choose Bachelor because of the cultural safety and our core philosophy of both-way learning. So it's really important for us is that we get research students to understand that research doesn't have to be a process of colonisation, that Indigenous people have always had their own theories, their own epistemologies, ontologies, all these sorts of things, and that's their strength, so they should be able to capitalise on them. So what we do is we develop them to gain that understanding, so that they're better placed to go off and do more culturally appropriate and culturally sensitive research in the Indigenous community, but also in the broader community. So they come to us as a choice. Our aspiration is very clear in that space, is to be an international leader. And we do that by high quality delivery and being very active in delivery in terms of training sessions, skills development lessons, all those sorts of things. So that's why they've come to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have, sorry, I was just going to say, we do have at least 2 PhD students off the top of my head that are Territorians that I know, just off the top of my head, without knowing all the students.
And their PhDs are based on what you were talking about.
So they're all doing different topics. Much of that is influenced by their undergraduate degrees and also their community needs. So all different sorts of topics. Some of that's influenced by gender. So we've got researchers, we've got PhD students doing research in their communities on women's issues, and men doing research on men's health, for example. So we have lots of supervisors. They're typically adjunct supervisors that provide the supervision to those students.
I might, and if you're okay with it, Ms Song, get just some further questions and put them to Bachelor Institute on notice, just in relation to, I think, content, knowledge and what's happening, particularly given the committee's terms of reference with emerging industries. So we've got gas industries, we've got, the issues of climate change and the impact of that, whether Bachelor as an institute is working with communities in that way in terms of looking at those emerging industries and the training that needs to happen. Yeah. So if that's all right, I might just tease out the question a bit more and then send it if you're happy for that to be taken on notice.
Yep, that's fine. And we can also provide the data that you're requesting around the reverse blocks versus on-campus training.
Oh, that'd be good, yeah.
I know last year we delivered reverse blocks to 64 communities across the Northern Territory.
Oh, fantastic.
So we can provide that for this current year as well.
Yeah, because the federal government's running the remote jobs program, so how many, in terms of more jobs rolling out in communities, how much training is being put in place and supported on that, so that'll be good to
Yeah, so we are trying to link better with the remote jobs providers in each of the communities. Okay. We're putting a lot of effort into Tanner Creek at the moment, so that's where we'll trial some of those collaborations and see where we can duplicate that in other locations across the Territory.
Yeah, your Central Australian mob do a really good job down there.
Yeah.
So, declare my conflict. But they do a good job down there. And I think they're also based in DKA in terms of the desert knowledge and work quite well, in terms of that whole, the knowledge of within the desert precinct, which is really good.
Yeah.
All right.
And just, if I could just mention one of the other things that we're working on through the National TAFE network. There's some project money available through there, and we are collaborating with CDU on some projects there. And one of the things we are looking at to support all industries is looking at ways for language literacy, numeracy and digital support. Initially, people do an assessment when they arrive to do vocational education. We want to go one step further and try and design a program or a package that provides wraparound support to individuals after they've completed the assessment and we've got an idea of what they need. Because I think that's, we've been talking about that for a long time, but it's still something that is definitely needed across the whole of Australia. So we'll be partnering with CDU to put that project proposal up as our first priority. Our second option will be to design a training and assessment course delivered specifically for regional remote areas. Not so much to change the course, but a way of delivering it in regional remote areas that's going to make it much more appealing to people and to hopefully increase the number of trainers available to us in regional and remote areas.
Senator McDonald.
Oh, thank you.
Said I'd come back to you.
Yes, thank you. Well, I realised I didn't know anything about Bachelor Institute at all, so I've been tippy-tapping away on the computer. And so how many students do you have across the 3 campuses? And I assume you also do online, or Could you tell me about that?
So online is, we're only just beginning the online. We're just branching out. They're going to be new for us. But across each year we have about 2,000 students across the whole of the Northern Territory.
And you're the Northern Territory only?
Yes, for vocational education, yes, but for postgraduate we take students from all over Australia.
And then that is online?
At the moment, the postgraduate, PhD and master's courses.
They're research degrees, so they require their students to meet with supervisors regularly and produce a research thesis. So they may have some skills programs online, some training. We sort of roll it out regularly, a skills development program.
Yeah.
So that's the research students. In terms of the graduate certificates, when we roll those out in semester 1 next year, all 3 courses will be fully online.
And the research degrees, that was the 17 postgrad.
17 PhD,
Yeah,
3
PhDs.
masters, yeah.
Right, but none of those are in Northern Australia. They're all in Southern Australia.
Renee was saying there's 2 PhDs in the Northern Territory, or from the Northern Territory. I don't have the figures, but I know that very few of them are from the Northern Territory.
Yeah. Do you know if they're in Queensland or Northern or Western Australia?
Different parts.
Yeah.
I don't get that familiar with them, where they're from, and some of them are mobile.
Yeah.
We have a graduate school who sort of works with those students.
We did have a PhD candidate graduate last year, and she was from the Torres Strait.
Right. But basically you are focusing on Indigenous students as opposed to Northern Australian students or Northern Territory students. Right, okay. And at the moment, you're just starting online, but at the moment you've got 2,000 students coming to campus, except for those postgraduate and research degree students.
Not all students come to campus. Some of them we do the reverse blocks where our trainers go out to community and deliver the training.
Right. So earlier today we heard from the Northern Land Council, and we were talking about training in communities. It was my sense that they hadn't seen anybody from any training organisations, and I'm just wondering how you engage with those communities who might be looking to do further training to allow people to have access to jobs in emergent industries locally.
Yeah. So we're just re-establishing a regional development unit within the division. They're mostly based out of Alice Springs. That's where the director is based. So there are communities that we don't deliver to, but mostly engaging mostly comes through industry. So the training that we do for the rangers is all through their employers. The majority of our students are already employed, and it's through their employer that they come to us for further training, whether it's through the Aboriginal health clinics in community, or whether it's through the ranger employer programs, or the teachers in schools, assistant teachers in schools. So that's why we're just starting with the regional development unit to better work with those remote jobs providers in communities, so we can actually engage people that aren't employed, people that may be looking for training to develop their skills.
Yeah. We were talking this morning about the Barkly region and Beetaloo and young people who might want to get trained to work in the gas industry. I guess the construction courses would be the ones that would be most relevant to those kids. There be any other courses that would be useful to them?
So last year we delivered a Civil Construction Certificate 3 in Tennant Creek. I think that was a 6-week course, and we started with about 20 students, and I think 19 of those graduated.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, so that was a really good.
That's really excellent. It's the hardest bit, isn't it, to keep them engaged?
Yeah.
And what about into communities? So you read the regional development manager is going to re-engage but go into more remote communities who, you know, are not going to be able to get to Tennant Creek, I assume.
Yeah, so the lady who's the director of that, she's based in Alice Springs, and she has strong connections into a lot of the communities down there anyway, and regularly talks to people from those communities.
Yeah.
And she will go out to those communities if she's invited, but if there's also events, I think she's been out to Yuendamu and a few other places where they have had events to talk to people. She does go up to Tennant Creek regularly to talk to them. The Tennant Creek community have let us know that they are really keen to have a training provider locally based. So we're in the process of securing a premises in Tennant Creek so that we can deliver training. We're going to have a coordinator based there, and that person's responsibility will be to engage in the local community and the communities surrounding Tennant or in the Barkly region to understand what training they would like to see in the Barkly region, and then we can coordinate the training to have trainers go down and deliver training on site down in Tennant Creek or the Barkly region.
And you said that the mostly your engagement is with the employer who then trains, you know, you train people on the job or in the job. Have you had any engagement with any of the gas companies?
No, not yet.
Right.
The training program we did last year, the Certificate 3 in Civil Construction, that was through an employment provider, remote employment provider, which was for, I think, the mining companies in Tennant Creek that are established there.
Okay.
So that's why we want to do some more partnership with industry through the employment service providers so that we can meet the needs of those industries.
Yeah, terrific. And where do you get your funding from?
We're funded, the vocational education funding is funded by the Northern Territory Government, and our research and away from base funding comes from the federal government.
Right. And what's the split between the two? On notice, if you'd like to take that on notice.
Yes, if we can take that on notice, thanks. We also get National Institutes funding as well, which is from the federal government.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind giving that on notice, that'd be terrific.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just regarding the sort of the funding model, is all the vocational training free?
Yes, we are just starting to look at fee-for-service training for the smaller courses such as first aid and white card and things like that.
Which would be paid for by the employer, I assume.
Going forward, yes.
Okay.
And that would, just following on from what the Deputy Chair and Senator McDonald, so that would include as well, and maybe this could all be taken on notice, Ms Long, with the fee-for-service, because I don't know if it was either Professor Roman or yourself that said the fee-for-service from the industry. So if the gas industry or the, well, is gas mining? It is mining, isn't it?
Construction company.
So if they had a cohort of people that they needed training, majority of them non-Aboriginal, that bachelor would be, and if you're delivering that training, whether it's in Aboriginal studies or whatever, you would be open to receiving those non-Indigenous students into bachelor. Was that right? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the things we look at is we Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are our first priority, but we also look at industries that work very closely with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, where they may be their majority client.
Yep.
Or any of those industries where Aboriginal people can be employed and work with in partnership with.
Okay.
So I think that there's a really, really important and unique contribution for Bachelor to make there that probably isn't made in many places. Because, you know, if you look at that, like the graduate certificate in Indigenous workforce development, getting people in senior middle management roles, HR roles, to understand the issues around Indigenous retention and recruitment. That's really important to include those people in those teachings. Similarly with the research one, getting people to non-Indigenous researchers to understand Indigenous research and to understand there's a way to go about that. That's a really important contribution that I think we're very well placed to make.
No, look, I think, Professor Roman, I think it's probably really important because people often think, well, it's an Aboriginal, because it's an Aboriginal institute, it only deals with Aboriginal people. But I think, you know, knowing that it plays a broader role in that, because that's all part of that pathway to education and educating. And, you know, I think opening it up to the sector, I think, is really important. So it's don't take it as a criticism. It's just more trying to get that information so that part of, you know, when we're writing our report and we're talking about it in Parliament, we're not getting it wrong or saying the wrong thing. That's
We as well as training Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we want to help open the doorways so that they can then have the jobs that flow on.
Yeah,
from
no, I
being
think
trained.
it's great. Yeah. All right. Look, is there any other questions from other members? No, we're right. I thank you both for, and I apologise for, but we eventually got you up. So thank you both for coming and for your evidence today. The committee's agreed that any responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and it'd be good to, within that 2-week turnaround, if we could get that information. So we'll write to you, Renee, and then a formal letter will go from the committee secretariat, or whether it's an email, just outlining what that information is, and if that can come back to us within that time frame, that'd be really good.
No
but
problem.
thank you both for
No worries.
appearing today.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
And we might just suspend quickly for 5 minutes while we get ready for our next lot of people coming giving evidence. So thank you. representatives from the North Australian Conservation Alliance in person and the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network in person, well, part, some on teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? So, Dr. Howie, if you go first, and then just let us know with you how many of those participants are online, and then we'll go to Miss Bousted, and then she can do the same. Great. Then we'll have some sort of order, and then I'll invite you to things. So, Dr. Howie.
Thank you so much. My name's Kirsty Howie. I'm Executive Director of the Environment Centre NT, but I'm appearing here with my colleagues on teleconference from the Northern Australia Conservation Alliance. They are Mr Martin Pritchard from Environs Kimberley, Mr Alex Vaughan from Arid Lands Environment Centre, and Ms Bronwyn Opie from the Cairns and Far North Environment Centre.
So, and thank you, Dr. Howie. Can I just get each participant to just say your name and the organisation? If I could just get you to repeat what Dr. Howie just did. So we'll start with you, Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you very much. It's Martin Pritchard from Environs Kimberley in Broome.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughan.
Good afternoon. Alexander Vaughan from the Arid Lands Environment Centre in Mparntwe Alice Springs in the Northern Territory.
Oh, it must be cold down there. I'm glad I've
I'm the Policy and Advocacy Coordinator.
And Miss Opie.
Good afternoon. This is Bronwyn Opie, Director of the Cairns and Far North Environment Centre, calling in from Gimli, Cairns.
Thank you, Miss Opie. And now I might invite Mrs. Bousted.
Thank you. Anna Bousted. I'm the CEO of the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network. We are a membership organisation, so we are owned by our full members. So joining us today is one of our directors, Suzanne Thompson, and one of our members, Barry Hunter, who is the CEO of NAILSMA, as well as our policy officer, Suzanne Mankara.
Okay. So I'm going to have to get you to, or get both Susanna Mankara, Susanna Thompson and Mr Hunter to all individually say your name and your positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Chair. My name is Suzanne Mankara. I'm the Policy Officer at ISIN supporting Anna today.
And also my countryman from the Tiwi Islands.
Yes.
Awana.
The Indigenous Carbon Industry Network.
Oh, tribe.
ICIN.
Yes, no. So I hadn't made the connection. You were joining Mrs. Boosted.
So ICIN this side, Senator McDonnell, and the North Australia Conservation Alliance on the other side.
Got it.
All right.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So Suzanne Thompson. So I'm a Director for the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network, ISIN.
Thank you. And then Mr. Hunter.
Barry Hunter, the Chief Executive Officer of North Australian Indigenous Land Scheme Management Alliance, NAILSMA.
Thank you. So, Dr. Howie and Ms. Bousted, if either of you have an opening statement, I now invite you to give that statement.
Thanks so much. I have a very brief opening statement, and thank you very much to the committee for the opportunity to appear today with my colleagues from conservation organisations across Northern Australia. Northern Australia, you are probably aware, is a global treasure for nature. We've got the largest intact savanna ecosystem remaining anywhere on Earth, the highest concentration of free-flowing rivers on mainland Australia, and one of the most intact coastlines in the world. And these landscapes are managed, of course, by and large by First Nations people, as they have been for millennia. These landscapes are not barriers to prosperity, as is often presented in narratives about Northern Australia, but they are the foundation of it. They support tourism, fisheries, local economies and community wellbeing. Yet these values are at risk, and you will be aware that last year the National Climate Risk Assessment laid bare a fairly stark future for Northern Australia, including that it may not be compatible with human life within 2 generations. In our view, a central question for this inquiry is how public investment in Northern Australia can assist industries that support our natural assets and ensure a future that is livable for all Northern Australia. And our submission, which I refer to, highlights a recurring challenge in Northern Australia development policy, which we've called optimism bias. And time and again, we find that governments have been presented with grand promises of jobs here, growth and economic transformation, only to find that the benefits are overstated, the risks understated, taxpayers, communities and ecosystems left carrying the burden. I refer to the recent federal budget, and analysis by the Biodiversity Council found that spending on nature protection in comparison to other industries remains a really tiny fraction of Commonwealth expenditure and is projected to decline. At the same time, we do see significant funding commitments for projects that do harm nature and climate. I can name a litany of projects across Northern Australia that have not stacked up. Project Sea Dragon, the Darwin Shiplift, the stalled Middle Arm Industrial Hub, and these illustrate the risks of this kind of development. Despite significant public investment and ambitious economic claims, costs have often escalated, timeframes have slipped, and promised benefits have often failed to materialise here. The lesson, of course, is not that government should not invest in Northern Australia, quite the contrary. It's that public investment must be guided by rigorous assessment, transparency, the public interest, and led by and from the communities that are based here, not by decision makers and companies based far away. We think that Northern Australia is where some of Australia's greatest conservation opportunities exist. Strategic investment in Indigenous land and sea management, renewable energy, healthy rivers, protected areas, climate resilience and nature positive industries can deliver enduring economic benefits here in this region, while also safeguarding our globally significant environmental and cultural values. In sum and in closing, Northern Australia's greatest competitive advantage is our extraordinary natural and cultural wealth that exist here. Protecting and investing in that wealth is not an economic constraint, it's the surest path to intergenerational prosperity as we confront the climate and biodiversity crises. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Barsted?
Thank you, honourable members, and for the invitation to come along today. We wish to draw your attention to the work of the Indigenous carbon industry. The Indigenous carbon industry network was formed by and owned by 24 Indigenous land and sea organisations that own their own carbon projects, predominantly Savannah fire management projects. Our full members include 24 Indigenous land and sea organisations as well as 13 other associate members being Indigenous organisations that have an interest in carbon markets but do not yet own their own carbon project. ICIN has been engaging in policy development and supporting engagement with our members and other Indigenous organisations to inform policy reform on the Australian Carbon Credit Unit scheme recently, and there is draft legislation that's just been out for public comment. We've informed that consultation process. Also, we're also engaging in nature repair policy, and we note that all of these opportunities have been self-determined by Indigenous peoples and by and are underpinned by, in particular, by the ranger funding and funding for ranger groups. That ranger group funding is really critical to a lot of these projects being able to come about and being led by Indigenous people from West Arnhem Land initially. The Savannah fire management methods were actually created by the traditional owners from West Arnhem Land in partnership with scientists in the Northern Territory and across North Australia, as well as other Indigenous organisations such as NAILSMA and then extending to the Kimberley. That method has been a really enabling opportunity for Indigenous people in North Australia because it places a value on their work caring for country, and in particular the emission savings from savanna fire management, and that actually predated the existence of the Carbon Farming Initiative Act. Now that we have the ACCU scheme supported through federal legislation, there are other methods that are in development or do exist to support other types of carbon projects. However, there hasn't been a large take-up of Indigenous-led projects using those other methods. We believe there's a number of barriers to that, including that they weren't Indigenous-led in the first place. There are a number of carbon projects and carbon methods that are in development supported through ICIN and NAILSMA and the University of Queensland, which do seek to value the carbon benefit of caring for country, including through removal of feral animals and cattle, feral cattle from wetlands. So there's some really significant opportunities there. Our industry is generating revenue, we estimate, of $60 million per annum. However, that's likely to be underestimated. It employs hundreds of people in remote areas, particularly in very remote places where often employment opportunities are very limited. Our industry is abating around 1.2 million tonnes of carbon each year. We believe that these benefits are underpinned by values of self-determination, and that by the government investing in Indigenous organisations to manage country and to create their own carbon projects, this provides more opportunities for future generations, and also investment in caring for country, which is resource intensive and is not as typically is categorised in these conversations, is not free. It's very expensive to manage country, and particularly manage country from hot fires.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Bousted. Now I'll go to questions. So, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone that's appeared before us today and everybody who's online. Dr. Howie, given we've got the newly formed Coalition of Peak Conservation Organisations, the key recommendations are not surprising.
Yes, that's
It's not surprising. It's not surprising. So what I want us to do is to learn from, well, in your opinion, and you can choose who, if you want someone to contribute that's online, like who's doing it well. You'll have a lot of thoughts and concerns about the EPCB Act, but also we've got state jurisdiction, we've got territory jurisdiction. Is anyone getting it right that we can learn from?
I'll have a go at answering that, and I might then
obviously in terms of
to my
environmental
colleagues.
protection and ecological sustainability.
I mean, I think that actually Northern Australia is leading the way with conservation initiatives that are led by First Nations communities. And of course, I'm sitting here with my colleagues from the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network. Barry Hunter's here from NAILSMA. The savanna burning method was pioneered here in Northern Australia. We have got Indigenous ranger programs here in Northern Australia that are employing more people than almost anywhere else in the country, and that are the envy of groups around Australia. So I think there is incredible applied work happening here in Northern Australia. I think that we are getting left behind in some key areas, and I will point to renewable energy as a particular example. And I know that, industry groups have presented to this inquiry, but at the moment here in the Northern Territory, we're only sitting at about 10 to 12% integration of renewables into the grid. And what we would like to see is initiatives that are being undertaken elsewhere. I could point to Western Australia, the Collie large-scale battery that has ensured the transition of that particular local economy, initiatives that are happening in the Hunter region across Australia that we'd like to see replicated here. We'd like to see federal investment in large-scale battery storage, in training and development, in creating jobs here in the Northern Territory, not just in Darwin, Katherine, Tennant Creek and Alice Springs, but also in remote communities. And there's excellent work being done, but it's not generally being backed in by federal investment. So I think there are some wonderful examples of things that are being done really well here, but we'd like to see more federal investment to ensure that things are invested in, promoted, supported that will ensure community wellbeing and the flourishing of what we all love here in Northern Australia, and one of the reasons that I live here. But I could defer to some of my colleagues online. They may have something else they'd like to add.
Yeah, and if I might just say, Dr. Howie, also, like any jurisdiction that's getting this environmental protection piece right, you know, if anyone's sort of got some views on that as well.
Does anyone want to jump in?
Hi,
I can jump in.
Okay.
Can you, because you're online, can you please state your name before you start, and then from which organisation? Thank you.
Certainly. It's Martin Pritchard here from Environs Kimberley in Broome. And just in response to, is anyone getting it right? Well, we think there's examples of the West Australian government getting it right on some aspects of conservation. So what we know is that since 2008, we've gone from 0 marine parks in the Kimberley to about 70% of the Kimberley coast in marine parks. And a percentage that isn't high enough. I mean, the agreed percentage of sanctuary zones globally by scientists is 30% of each marine park. We're not reaching that yet. We're on the way there. We've also got the Commonwealth has put in marine parks in Commonwealth waters, and what we're seeking is an expansion of those to be able to actually say that we are agreeing with the international standards on marine parks as we've signed up to, as the current Commonwealth government has signed up to. So there's a bit more to be done there. There are some very good national parks that have been put in place along the Marawara Fitzroy River in the Kimberley here. We are seeking more. The international standard for national parks is 30% of the globe, at least, at a minimum, should be in national parks. The current figure for the Kimberley is 9%. So we're way below the internationally agreed standard. One thing I would say in terms of conservation is that we have an example which is incredible in Northern Australia, and that is the Commonwealth and state-funded Aboriginal Ranger Network. We think this is the most successful employment scheme ever instigated in Northern Australia. There are young Aboriginal people who are banging on the door. There's a queue of Aboriginal people, young people who want to be rangers. And we were very pleased to see that the Commonwealth had significantly increased the funding for the Ranger program. So we would thoroughly commend that program. It is an innovative program. It is a program that also allows some very significant skills building and experience for young people in remote and regional areas, something that is seriously lacking across Northern Australia. So there's a couple of examples there. Hopefully that will provide a little bit of a picture for you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. I might start with the Conservation Alliance first. Reading through your submission, it's very clear that the through line is that there needs to be a paradigm shift in the way development and economic emerging industries are looked at in the Territory. And you provide a couple of examples, a couple of case studies around that illustrate why there needs to be a paradigm shift. I'm just wondering if maybe you could just speak a little bit more to each of those case studies. So the ones that I'm referring to is the one on page 12 that talks about irrigated agriculture and the Lakeland irrigation scheme, and then on the following page there's talk about middle arm, and why these things, I guess, illustrate the need for that paradigm shift. So I'm wondering if you could just expand on that a little bit more.
Thank you, Senator. And I might give a bit of an overarching comment and then defer to my colleague in Queensland to respond to the Lakeland Irrigation Scheme question. Look, I mean, essentially, the essence of our submission is that this sort of push for northern development has been on rinse and repeat since the 1850s. Dreams of large-scale development failing to materialise, money being lost by investors and by governments, even responsibility for the Northern Territory being shunted around as a consequence of failed schemes. And while we respect and embrace many emerging industries, they need to be approached with a degree of caution and a degree of consciousness about the history of failed development in Northern Australia, so that we don't see these mistakes being repeated time and time again. And there does need to be a paradigm shift in the way we think about the future of this place, particularly as we look to confront the very terrifying reality that we face here in the north due to climate change. So in that vein, we have referred to a few specific development projects that we think are problematic and are subject to this kind of optimism bias that we see here, that with respect we do see politicians embracing enthusiastically new schemes for good reason politically, but often end up being failures. And I'll pass to my colleague Bronwyn Opie over based in Cairns to discuss a little bit about the Lakeland Irrigation Scheme.
Thanks, Kirsty. So this is Bronwyn from the Cairns and Far North Environment Centre. So thank you, Senator. The Lakeland Irrigation Area Scheme provides a really clear example of the risks of an extractive development led approach to Northern Australia and the need for that paradigm shift.
Miss Opie, can I get you to just probably speak a bit louder and clearer? Your voice isn't coming through the broadcasting clear enough, and it'll be really important for us to record you appropriately rather than, you know, if your voice is fading in and out. So if you could either come closer to the if you're speaking through a microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, is that any better?
Is that better? Yes, that is better. Thank you. Yeah, and
okay,
slower.
Right. Okay, sure. So thank you, Senator. The irrigation example of the risks of an extractive development.
I'm sorry, Miss Opie, that just completely, Miss Opie, that completely skewed in terms of, we thought you were really clear first, but now it's sort of gone a bit unclear. So, yeah. So we might just start again. Miss Opie?
It's like she stepped in. It's like you stepped into a dead zone of reception.
No.
What she might do is take it on notice.
So what we might do is take the question on notice, and then Miss Opie's contribution can be sent back to us, Dr. Howie, if that's all right. Because it's just.
I don't think she can hear us.
No, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah. So
I have another question. Bronwyn doesn't know that we can't hear her. I also have a question for ICIN. At the end of your submission, recommendation number 10 says that government ensure that any northern development agendas are informed by Indigenous economic development experts and include supporting healthy country, healthy people, strong culture, strong language and thriving Indigenous communities as outcomes. I guess I'm interested in your organisation's view on to what extent is that actually happening right now, and where do things need to improve and change?
I can provide limited comment on that, but I'm mindful that the CEO of NAILSMA is online and can probably provide broader comment. So the just in terms of from the carbon industry perspective, we are operating in a market that's in its relatively early years, and however, I think the membership of ICIN have demonstrated what is possible when healthy country and healthy people, strong culture, strong language and thriving communities are valued within economic development frameworks. We also consistently acknowledge that the Western economic development framework often does not do that very well, but Indigenous economic development frameworks do that very well, and obviously Indigenous people have survived here for tens of thousands of years off the back of that, and that's proof of that incredible knowledge and culture and its sustainable development in practice, really. But I think that when we're in our sector, we're really talking across those two different economic development frameworks, and Indigenous groups have found a way to seek an economic value for their work caring for country, and that should be enormously valued by Australia. One of our great frustrations is that across the world, the work that our members do is enormously valued, but for reasons we don't quite understand, we don't receive the same reception within Australia. So I think it's just really important for parliamentarians to grasp the incredible work of ICIN's membership and Indigenous groups across Australia. The work they're doing for their country is globally significant, and it should not be undervalued. It should be held in the utmost value, because it's often not fully valued on the Western economic markets. So we're consistently trying to find ways in which to find those values, and one of them that's emerging is this nature repair market. But even then, there are lots of barriers put up in terms of policy constraints. So it is a kind of a long road. But I might direct that question to Barry Hunter online if he's there.
Thanks, Anna, for that, and thanks to the committee for the opportunity to talk today. We know that over the next 5 years, or the next 3 years, that there's going to be $190 million go into the Indigenous range of workforce. And we also know that, and it's predominantly in Northern Australia that we see a lot of that funding. There are ranges in Southern Australia that are funded by the Australian Government Indigenous Land Sea Ranger Program. But the investment that I'm talking of is generalised across those areas, and we know that predominantly the ranges are in the north, where they sort of started. We also know that there's another 27 million that will go into Indigenous protected areas over the next 3 years as well. So with that level of investment, it's great to see, and I commend the government on those steps. But fundamentally, that investment is paying for jobs. And as most have just pointed out there, that we also need to see investment on those things that will develop nature-based economies. Nature repair is one of those. NALSMA, along with Kimberley Land Council, Indigenous Alliance and the Aboriginal Carbon Foundation, as well as in partnership with ICIN, are looking at methods that can be developed that are culturally and indigenously led, that can then provide for methods that will potentially be taken onto the marketplace. The problem that we're seeing at the moment is that there's no pricing mechanism, and we've engaged with your counterpart at the DQ, the Minister, and raised these. Minister Watson raised this on a number of occasions, that there needs to be a pricing mechanism. There also needs to be investment. We know at the start of the carbon industry that Ms. Boson spoke about, that there was the emissions reduction fund that was set up, and that was to pay for the lowest cost abatement, to pay for as a means of stimulating the market. There is no such thing at the moment for the nature repair, and we are also concerned on how the offsets component of the nature repair and the EPBCO, what that would mean economically, because there's a fund that will sit around that, and that fund will pay for the offsets and work in like for like in like ecosystems elsewhere. So those things are great pictures, but we know fundamentally that we need to invest in the space. The methods are on their way, they're moving, but we need a pricing mechanism. And we need to know that as the carbon industry developed over that time, that the investment and support from the government will be there. Lastly, I want to point out that country-based economies and nature-based economies, which is one of the same from Nelson's point of view, are a significant way forward, and yet raised with Minister McCarthy a number of times in regards to the jobs program, which is a great initiative, and we wholeheartedly support that. And the Prime Minister Albanese's statement at Garma a couple of years ago on stimulating and building Indigenous economic independence and self-direction were great initiatives. But these are really policy positions at the moment, and they really need to move to a place where that investment can move on. I want to also just mention then quickly then that no carbon project, no Indigenous carbon project had received any sort of support through a loan or concessional loan or any financing in regards to commerciality from a bank. And this week, the Indigenous Business Australia chairperson, Karen Godwell, came out and made a statement that he saw that IBA can support those as a means of being able to get finance into the sector. That's one of the problems. We don't have a mechanism where commercial lending institutions in Australia can go, yeah, carbon is sustainable. Indigenous organisations, yeah, we can invest in that. Here's a financing interest in a concessional loan that can support that. I'm really encouraged by what Indigenous Business Australia Chair has said. There's going to be a long way between that and the actual funds and opportunities. So a new carbon project, for instance, or a new project that might emerge under the Nature Repair Act that requires startup capital cannot go anywhere at the moment. So that is really an area that we'd like to see some thought process in, some policy and red tape relaxed and considered, and for Indigenous communities to be able to get on and attract investment in that area. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Hunter. I guess sort of reflecting on some of the evidence, certainly that we've heard today, it seems to me that there are a lot of things out there right now that are actually working, be it the Indigenous Ranger program, First Nations people working in the blue economy and with AIMS, the carbon markets as you're talking about now. And so these are potentially areas that government could be investing that are actually sure bets as opposed to some of those projects that are not. Thank you. I'll hand over, Chair.
Thank you. It's Suzanne Thompson here. Is it okay if I just have contribute there as well and support? Chair, is it okay? Sorry.
Yeah, Ms Thompson, I'll call you. I'll invite you to add to Mr Hunter's thing. I'll just get Senator McDonald, I think, was just going to put forward. Or do you want to? Yeah. Okay, Ms Thompson.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. So I think just in light of that too, one of the things that if we were to think about the objectives for the Northern Australia and really think about where the value of Indigenous input right across, whether it's managing the biosecurity risk, which is our ranges, and supporting that. We do, the carbon markets, the nature repair markets are very valuable when it comes to Indigenous participation, but I think it's also with the focus on the self-determination and the opportunity for our communities to realise their direction and their economic futures. I think the things that we are missing, though, is a value to an Indigenous ranger, that there is not a specific award and the industrial award rate and what is a career pathway for that, and really shifting our people into this space. I think it's about how they have the opportunity to lead with research and development, and they also, of course, at ICEN realised having this opportunity to lead in a space. But I think when it comes to the inclusion of Indigenous voices and participation, I think we still have a little ways to go, and also around how we build the strength and the career pathways for Indigenous rangers so that they can, I suppose, realise their opportunities, whether they are seeing themselves as, being able to monitor and establish a nature repair project or a carbon project, becoming carbon developers themselves, even looking at the auditing structure and the auditing system that carbon projects require. So I think, the research development and investment, especially in the research development around Indigenous leading, as well as considering, a standard for award rates for Indigenous rangers, and so that there's a clear career pathway that is incorporating a whole range of things that our Indigenous rangers are doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Thompson. Senator McDonald.
Thank you. And I think further to that, on the Indigenous Carbon Industry Network, I think savanna burning is one of the very, very few carbon credit programs that's available to any land managers in Australia. So congratulations on being able to get a measurement and a methodology, because nobody else seems to be able to get one. So well done. I wanted to turn back to it. I'm just looking to see who I should direct my question to. Perhaps somebody sitting at the table in the interests of sound. There was a statement made at the beginning about biodiversity protection and government spending. Having just spent 2 weeks at estimates through the Senate program, we did quite a bit on talking about where money was being spent and outcomes. I think that there's been a real reduction in or an increase in species extinction or reduction. But at the same time, we're not seeing real inroads into programs like feral pig eradication, cane toads, other things that we know have a really significant impact on native species. And one of my particular interests is how we better, we don't work in silos and we better work across portfolios. And the work of the Environment Department spending money on trying to protect the Great Barrier Reef or native species, but they're not connecting work of eradicating things like feral pigs, I think is a really missed opportunity. And I don't know if you've got any recommendations to make in that regard. It's a personal interest of mine because I just see how much damage they do, and we don't seem to be putting the priority of native species protection with spending money on things like feral pigs. Who should I direct that to? Has anybody got an interest in?
I will answer that question. It's a very, very good question. And there are other organisations you'll be aware of, like the Invasive Species Council, who have been really strong at advocating, often in partnership with farming communities, with perhaps unlikely allies, for much greater expenditure, federal investment in weeds, fire, ferals, these problems that are intractable and growing across Australia. In Northern Australia, we're also experiencing ecosystem collapse, and actually it's invasive species that are causing a lot of the damage, and we're not seeing that investment in the federal budget. Figures are bandied around about what we should be spending, and I'm not the person who's best qualified to answer that. But there absolutely is an imbalance, and we do need to see coordination across different portfolios in the federal government, but also across civil society, industry groups, environment groups, to really address this challenge, is my high-level answer. I do have a colleague in Central Australia, Alex Vaughan, who may have something that he'd like to add on that front before passing him.
Yeah, that would be great. Can people hear me okay? Alex Vaughan from the Arid Lands Environment Centre.
Yep, go for it.
Great. We have a big interest in biosecurity and environmental weeds as they're fundamental to thriving communities, nature, and economies. And as we've discussed today, these natural environments and cultural landscapes are at risk. And in particular, there's 2 green bulldozers in bufflegrass and gambergrass, which are burning and transforming Northern Australia's nature into fire-eroding grasslands, which are major risks for nature, culture, but also tourism, bush foods, and major public safety risk. We've also seen recently that in the federal budget, biosecurity funding and stewardship investment is proposed to rapidly decline in coming years. And some of these greatest invasive species risks, such as bufflegrass, currently receive very scant and little funding. And similar story in terms of gambergrass. And we're talking about iconic places of the north that are at risk for bufflegrass invasion from Uluru, Catajuda, the Kimberley, Pilbara, and Queensland Channel Country, and for gambergrass, Litchfield, Katherine, and Cape York. And totally, it's a great question. Greater coordination, research prioritisation, and providing critical on-ground support to the land managers and ranger groups that so often bear the responsibility whilst not being the groups responsible for spreading these invasive species and weeds, which pose such a catastrophic risk. So a biosecurity system that also prioritises environmental and cultural impacts as well as social impacts and impacts to infrastructure is a system that we strongly support. A holistic assessment of those threats and risks. So thank you for the question.
So I guess, and you know, this will be a rare occasion that I will say to be fair to the government, but to be fair to the government, I think that there is significant money being spent, but we're just not seeing a coordinated program with national parks, defence land, and the environment. And I completely agree that the Invasive Species Council and those programs are being completely underfunded. But the money that is being spent or allocated to biosecurity, to native species protection, I don't think has been well spent. You know, so I think there is actually money being allocated, but it's sort of been spent to not address the big problem, the big issue in the room. It's been spent on sort of other things. Anyway, perhaps in our recommendation, in our report, we'll draw on some of your report about your submission on perhaps better coordination of money, because I don't think it's for lack of money. I think it's more for lack of a coordinated approach.
Senator, that's a great point, and I just wanted to urge you all to understand the work that NAILSMA, ICIN and its members are leading in that space. We're working together to develop a carbon method that's also a nature repair method to support the repair of wetlands through ungulate management, which is hooved animal management. So in the Northern Territory in particular, buffalo are a huge problem here and cause enormous damage to wetlands. The economic impacts of that is huge, but it also presents biosecurity problems as well. And NAILSMA has been working on supporting the feral pig eradication program as well, and has put out some great animations to highlight the work of rangers in reducing pig numbers and buffalo numbers. But we feel that there needs to be an economic driver to really ensure that those wetlands are repaired from the impacts of those feral animals, because the damage is widespread. The numbers, the animals themselves are in very large numbers, and controlling them is actually quite intensive work, particularly for pigs. It's quite difficult to get the numbers down sufficiently to reduce the impact enough. With buffalo, a lot of our members have had significant success with buffalo management, but they need to have an ability, resource to do that. So we're looking at using the carbon and nature repair methods to support that, and NAILSMA is leading that work with the University of Queensland. So that method's in development. It will be before the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee likely early next year. That work is really important, and none of this work would happen without the work of our members and coming together. And what we do find is that often we're getting better at coordinating ourselves, but the departments are often not coordinated, and we're often receiving multiple questions from the same department on the same topic. We've been working with the Q to support their coordination, and we actually had an intergovernmental meeting earlier today, so that's really great to see that improving. And just in terms of gamba-grass, is also, just wanted to highlight, gamba-grass is also a key threat to carbon projects, because if gamba-grass is on a project area, it needs to be, if it's not immediately eliminated, it needs to be cut out of the project area itself, because it burns around 8 to 9 times hotter than native grasses. And just as I could just offer that as an example of some of the dichotomy around northern development, about 17 years ago I was working in the NT Weeds branch, and at that time the agricultural department of the NT government were planting gamba-grass at the same time that the Weeds branch were controlling it. So that's I think really epitomises the sort of weird and unfortunate things we see when policies break down and reality and policies become out of touch with the reality of what's happening on country. So just as an example of that, but we are mindful of all those impacts, and Nailsborough and many of our members, particularly MIMAL, are actually putting their own resources. They're investing money from the revenue from their carbon projects into that work, and doing it themselves because they want the opportunity to lead it.
So, Luke?
Through the chair, if I can also respond, it's Barry Hunter here from Nailsborough.
Yep.
I just want to add, and thanks, Anna, for pointing that out. I'd like to add that Nailsborough receives $2 million annually to protecting country against invasive species, and those priorities are set by the ranger groups that we work with. We currently work with 48 ranger groups across Northern Australia, and those priorities and identifying the threats, and then the work that we do runs on $2 million a year. That will cease to, that funding will cease in 2027, in April in 2027. We've spoken with DAF around, started the discussion around DAF around the opportunities to be able to continue that, and that discussion will be ongoing. But that's an example of where the impact is and the work, but there's no secure funding post next year, early next year, on how we continue with that. And that's 48 different ranger groups, so the impact is pretty widespread in regards to addressing those issues. And we know that as soon as that funding ceases and that work ceases, that it doesn't take long for those invasive species to move back in and have the same level of impact that they did, or even worse. Thanks.
Luke?
Yep, thanks, Chair. I'll be quick. There's a number of questions that I had. Feel free to take some of these on notice if it's easier and more timely to do so. But we talked earlier today about the blue economy. I was interested in the comments around Project Sea Dragon as being something that didn't go ahead. I saw today maybe there's a scaled down version or something, but if you were to sum up kind of where our aquaculture approach could improve, I think that'd be, and with some recommendations, that'd be valuable for the committee to understand. Great to hear earlier about career pathways because they're vital if we're going to have workforce out on country where we need it. But I might just go to the I guess the nature economy piece, and we had that independent Chubb review on the ACCUs, and there was a number of recommendations from that the Australian government accepted, but I just was wondering if there was anything, Mrs. Mankara or Mrs. Bousted, that you wanted to add in terms of what you see as a really important thing for the federal government when it comes to the credit, carbon credit units?
So I think, thank you for the question. There is ACCU scheme legislation before Parliament, as the draft legislation was out for review very recently. There is a number of really important improvements that ICIN supports, including greater recognition of Indigenous rights and interests in carbon. And we have seen in the Indigenous carbon industry that the rights and interests in carbon are often the access point for people to enter the market and also be on a level playing field. It's a really unique industry in that, because it's in its early days, Indigenous people are not at a similar position as they would be, for example, in mining projects or other proponents in the carbon industry. It does recognise Indigenous people's right to free, prior, informed consent through eligible interest holder consent rights, which are typically tied to native title rights and will be extended to native title claimant rights. We urge parliamentarians to support this because it does avoid future conflicts, and it also sets up these very long-term projects to be successful in partnership with Indigenous communities and other landholders as well. And it's a really important opportunity to support that rather than pitting landholders against each other in future years. So it's a very important development that will hopefully see more equal participation in the industry. Also, there are a number of a requirement for upfront consent. Surprisingly, there was a bit of a loophole in the legislation earlier, which provided for conditional registration of a carbon project before free, prior, informed consent had been achieved with native title holders. That has now been in the legislation is put forward as 3 different options for gaining consent, including a 2-step consent process, but all recognise the need for upfront consent as a principle. Upfront free, prior, informed consent is, of course, a right that's recognised under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which Australia is party to. So we view that as a really significant and important development, and we congratulate the Australian government on getting this far with the legislation. It's been a very long road. It's been something we've been asking for 8 years. So it's great to see it finally come to fruition.
Thank you. And I don't know if we've got time for prawns.
I'm happy to take the prawns on notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I get Project Sea Dragon was. Can I just? I might just, if no one else has got any questions, Dr. Howie, either yourself or Ms. Bousted, someone can answer this. Where in, and thank you for your submissions. It's always good to get good submissions. I hear from a lot of Aboriginal people when we travel around that they're becoming climate refugees in a lot of their communities. Where in this whole process, though, Dr. Howard, do we start making? So I get that the federal government needs to show some leadership and policies around that, but where does the industry or the different groups work with the industry? So I know that the carbon abatement project in Western Arnhem Land, one of the players in that was ConocoPhillips, who paid the West Arnhem Rangers to offset their, with the fire management. So how do we encourage the industry to, and I get, sometimes you want the federal government to step up, and we should step up, but where do we put the industry in terms of whether it's fire management, whether it's, looking after or eradicating buffle and gamba, because we know the arguments that often get put by the industry that buffel is used as fodder for their cattle, but then when there's a out of control burn, everyone jumps up and down and says, "Why haven't you resourced the fire people properly?" So where do we draw the line in terms of making sure that the industry meets their responsibility, you know, in all of this? I know it's a long bow, but when you're writing these submissions or you're having these conversations, how do we get the industry? It's easy to get the governments to the table, and you can often shame the governments, and we do a good job of in government, but we also need to get industry players to the table as well. Has that been a problem for?
I think there's a great deal of interest in the industry, like in terms of particularly the fossil fuel industries and corporate players. Yeah. Obviously that partnership with ConocoPhillips did help, assist, give the resources for the initial Savannah fire management method. So it does show that when true partnerships come together, that can be very successful and very positive. The safeguard mechanism is the biggest leverage point for the government in terms of reducing that to require industry to reduce its pollution, and that in turn requires them to reduce their pollution where they can't reduce their pollution and they can offset through carbon credits.
Do you reckon there should be higher penalties? I mean, when you have a look at sometimes the penalties are a lot, in terms of.
Yes, so at the moment it's a bit of an upside down system because we have but it is functioning as effectively a carbon price would, because we have an ACCU system alongside a safeguard mechanism scheme. I think where there needs to be greater policy alignment in terms of the safeguard mechanism, in terms of strengthening that and lowering that to capture more corporates, so that they're required to reduce their pollution, and that will in turn support more like the expansion of the carbon industry. But also we know that there is ACCUs cannot do all that work, so ACCUs can only offset up to 10% of that impact. So the majority of that impact will have to come from direct reduction in pollution. There is also other partnerships happening throughout the sector where fossil fuel companies are working to establish their own carbon projects. I think we need to be mindful of where those carbon credits are going, and also just make sure that the ACCU scheme is functioning the way it was intended, which was the purpose of the review that ICIN also informed. But the current legislative amendments go towards supporting that integrity and greater scrutiny of how the market is functioning. It is earlier days of the market, so we do see some things playing out the way they weren't always intended, but continuous legislative reform is needed to make sure that it's working the way it was intended, and also supporting and prioritising Indigenous-led method development is one way to do that, and one important way, but also at the other side of the scheme, lowering the safeguard mechanism and holding companies to account for their pollution is very important for the government to given its role in regulating that.
I might also address that question. I mean, look, you've pointed to what I would call a kind of fundamental paradox in sort of this area of policy, and mentioned climate refugees. There's a rather startling map in our submission that shows the zone of Northern Australia that could be incompatible with human life within a couple of generations. Look, we know that new fossil fuel projects are not compatible with 1.5 degrees of warming. That's a pronouncement that was made by the International Energy Agency in 2021. It's been backed up by the IPCC. And the position of our alliance is that while we understand that the fossil fuel industry exists, we understand that the 10 LNG export hubs are actually located across Northern Australia, and those industries are here, and they should be required to offset and to mitigate, reduce their pollution, etc. Our position is that there shouldn't be new fossil fuel developments in this country. In relation to the safeguard mechanism, that is being reformed this year, as you'll be aware, and it's absolutely crucial that is reformed in a way that can ensure that the public has got faith in the integrity of the ACCU system and of the way this is the primary sort of climate pollution regulatory scheme that we have in Australia, and that it's not just a licence to pollute, which can happen once ACCUs lose their integrity, once, rules are loosened so that it is much, much easier to generate them and justify increased pollution, including from the fossil fuel industry, but not limited to the fossil fuel industry. So we'll certainly be engaging in that safeguard mechanism review, but some of the mechanisms that the government could look at is, of course, like reducing that threshold of 100,000 tonnes that brings you into the scheme to a lower threshold, putting a cap on the amount of offsets that can actually be used in the safeguard mechanism. At the moment, there are really no penalties. They're very, very limited. I shouldn't say there are no penalties. They're very limited in scope. And, you should not be able to offset your way out of, a new hugely emitting fossil fuel project, for instance. So caps on that. And there are a range of other measures as well. And those things will ensure that we actually have genuine pollution reduction, emissions reduction, that will ensure the future of Northern Australia, really. And it's tricky. I mean, I can see that the dilemma that we find ourselves here in Australia and our reliance on this industry historically. But the reality is that these projects are not compatible with a future here in Northern Australia for all of us. Industry has a key part to play, and polluters must pay. That is a foundational principle of environmental law, but we can do a lot to reform mechanisms so that they're more just and fair and actually reduce pollution.
So, Dr. Howie, how do we, and you could take this on notice, either you or Ms. Bousted. So I think one of the key recommendations of the Pepper Review, when we looked at fossil fuels and we looked at the gas industry in Beetaloo, was one of the key recommendations was about offsets, and you talk about offsets again. So how does that, so will you take that on note in terms of providing our committee with the deliberations as to what are, when we talk about offsets, what does that mean? Because I can tell you, I can give you one version of what I've been told what offsets are, which is completely out of sync to what communities think and ranges. So how do we bring Aboriginal people front and centre into, if we talk about offsets in environmental management, whether it's an emerging industry, and water is probably one that people often don't look at it as an emerging industry, but it is a resource that is used by everyone, and I think we need to start looking at that. So would you take that on note in terms of providing some of that information to Absolutely.
There is also the emissions reduction hierarchy is how we refer to that issue. So there's the first principle is avoiding pollution, the second is reducing pollution, and the third is offsetting what you can't already avoid or reduce. So that
I think we just need to break it down so that people who are on developing this sort of policy, Ms. Bousted, and no doubt have these conversations across the table with these, with our public servants, and it'd be really good for this to, whatever this process is, for that to be made clear in terms of the government, so that we can add this with our submission when we fill in the report.
Very happy to do that.
Thank you. I'll work with the Secretariat and write some of this and then get that through to you so that it doesn't sound as jumbled as what I just attempted to do, but we'll get that sorted out. But thank you. Look, that's just
Sorry,
about.
Chair, can I add something as well, please?
Who's that? Sorry.
Barry Hunter here from Melbourne.
Yeah, Barry.
I'd like to add also that the Task Force for Nature of Financial Disclosure in Europe that, and that's an international movement. We know that in Europe the uptake is around 50%. At the moment, it's around 60%, 16% of industry in Australia that have, and it's because it's volunteer, and it's industry declaring their impact upon nature, and with that, then they're looking at potential financial investment. The uptake in Australia has been very slow, and that would go some way towards addressing industry engagement in the nature sector. There's also the Task Force for Climate Financial Disclosure as well, which does the same thing in the climate sphere. So those things, I think, really need to move past just being voluntary and heavily promoted amongst industry so that there is that disclosure that comes out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Well, look, I thank you all for your evidence today. The committee's agreed to any responses on any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. Those last couple of questions, Dr. Howie and Ms. Boasted, I'll work with the Secretariat to get those questions and send them through. I think Luke had a couple of
how we can do things better with the prawn piece, but also I want to know what the buffalo version of accus are, like how we monetize that effectively.
Yeah.
Horns
All right. All right.
So,
yep, all good. We'll get those. We'll get that and make that clear to the members. So that concludes today's hearings, and I thank all the witnesses who have appeared, and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee's agreed that any responses to any questions should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and the committee stands adjourned.